That is correct.
Now, when you find him lying in that state, was he conscious? Was he breathing? What was his state?
Manzama ke ukumhlalisa ngaleyo ndlela ubenjani ubephapheme okanye ubequlekile.
Bengathi uqulekile.
He was like somebody that was unconscious. He appeared to us that he was unconscious.
And furthermore, that you then assisted together with other people to load the deceased into the X6, correct?
Nase-ke nabanye abantu namthatha-ke namtubula lo mufi nayo mfaka kule moto i-X6.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And then the deceased was taken to hospital, correct?
Umufi wathathwa wayiswa esibhedlela. That is correct.
And at some stage thereafter, after a discussion between yourselves and other community members, you personally then called the police, correct?
Emva kwalokho ke nifikile lapha namalunga omphakathi wena uqhubelo wakhe wase ufonela amaphoyisa kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
Yes, khona la ngakhumbula khona kahle ukuthi makwenzakala yonke lento ngoba iyenzakala ngespeed. So angikhumbula ukuthi ngibafonele immediately masifike ejardini or masesimfake emotweni lapho ngisakhumbula, but I remember that ngingamfonela.
Yes.
Masifela ukuthi sifone ngafonela amaphoyisa.
Yes. I would say that yes, I did phone call the police. I was asked to phone call the police. However, it's a bit sketchy. Whether did I phone call the police immediately when we got into the yard, or at what stage did I really phone call the police? Or whether I phone called the police after we loaded him into the vehicle. I am uncertain about that.
Let me just get back to this point. Sorry for that. When you tried to make the deceased to sit up, you lift him up. Was there blood on the floor where you found him lying down?
Manzama ke ukumhlalisa lo muntu. La ebe lele khona. Kwakhona mhlambe igazi lapho phansi. Ngoba nimphakamisa nje. I cannot remember.
Because when into like I wanna from me personally.
Now, another thing is that, personally, it was my first experience witnessing a person that has been shot at.
And ogunye futhi to witness futhi is not just any person. Hero yam.
And further that, it wasn't just an ordinary person. This was my hero, or my role model. Usho kanjalo ke ukuthi lo mlisa or yena lo muntu lona bengeyena nje umuntu kuphela nje kwakuumuntu engangibukela kuye njengomzekelo okanye ichawe lami.
So ezinye izinto when yena nami ngisesemncane nyana but mangibone ngikhumbula lokho ngikhumbulayo azange ngisakhona ukubheka okunye nokunye.
Now I was still young then, or younger than I am right now. Certain things I cannot remember them clearly. You know, there are certain things that I can still remember, but others I can't remember them clearly.
And just to polish up on that, as you try to lift him up, we say he seemed unconscious. Am I right?
Usho kanjalo ke uthi manzama kumphakamisa ubukeka njengomuntu oqulekile ilokho kusho.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And therefore, would that be correct that he was non-responsive?
Ngizobe ngiqinisile ke mangethi mhlawumbe bengeyena ke umuntu obonakala njengomuntu okwazi ukuthi aphendule mhlawumbe kanti ahambise umzimba uma ngabe khona ukuthize mhlawumbe kwenzakalayo kuye.
Bekangakwazi ukuphendula ngokukhuluma ne. Kodwa bekangakhona ukuphendula but bokuza ukuthi like ubreather heavy, breather like I want ukuthi you can see ukuthi is in a bad condition.
Well, verbally he could not respond, yes, but further that he also could not, breathe with ease. One could see that he was breathing difficultly.
And now, finally, do you know that whether or not at any stage an ambulance was called for the deceased to come and attend him?
Ngabe uyazi ukuthi mhlambe i-ambulance yafonelwa noma cha ukuthi ize laphana kumufi?
Angikhumbuli.
No,
I don't know.
I've got no knowledge of that. I don't remember.
Thank you, my lord. No further
Thanks.
questions.
Yes. So, Winnie? Easy?
Thank you, Mr. Ngcatshe.
Sabonga Ngcatshe. Responded.
Now, on your arrival from the park, when you got into the room, when you got into the house, are you able to remember who was in the house, like person that you knew?
Manje uma ngiqhamuke ephakeni ngifika laphana endlini sengizoba Khumalo. Ningena endlini okanye wena ungena endlini. Ngabe khona yini umuntu othi mawungena endlini wambona ukuthi lona ngathi ngiyamazi?
So masingena nama neighbors they were khona one ngabona but bengamazi.
Now, myself and the neighbors, when we got into the house, there's somebody that I saw wambona endlini. Uthi khona umuntu wambona?
Shuthi besinudisana naye si lift up Senzo.
Mawungena endlini wambona lo muntu lo. Now, there's a person that I saw, and the witness is not confining his answer into whether was it in the house or not. There's a person that I saw, and this was the person that also assisted us at the time that we were lifting the deceased up to help him sit upright.
And then nomunye futhi bebayi-2 abangathi they were also helping.
Now, there were 2 of such people that were also helping.
Omunye bekahamba ngama-crutch.
There was another one that was working with the crutches.
And then omunye ulo bekajumpile endlini.
And the other one is this one that had jumped into our premises.
So besides neighbors that we esifike nabo yibo abayi-2 lawo abanye ngathi ngababona ngabo.
Okay.
Masincedisane.
Save for the neighbors that we came with, these are the 2 that I would say that I had seen there at that scene of the incident.
Thank you, Mr. Ngcatshe.
Sabonga Ngcatshe.
Now, when you took him from the spot where he was lying, did you take him out of the kitchen door into the motor vehicle from the spot where you found him?
Futhi-ke ukusuka laphana la nimthole khona navele namthatha namsusa khona lapho la nimthole khona namisa emotweni.
Yebo kunjani.
It is indeed so.
The reason why I'm maybe concerned about this is because the court has said the testimony of Zandile Khumalo.
Yabona into eyenza ukuthi ngithi ukukhathazeka ngalokho ukuthi inkantolo eke yabuza imibuzo lana ku Zandile Khumalo.
The court heard the testimony of Zandile Khumalo.
Inkantolo yezwa ubufakazi buka Zandile Khumalo.
And amongst others, she told the court that after Senzo got injured, he went on to hide himself in the sitting room near some sofas there, but it was in the sitting room.
Kokunye-ke akhuluma lana wathi emva kokuthi uSenzo lona-ke adubuleke wase uyahamba uyoyifihla
And that is
phakathi kwamasofa nje laphayana
And that is where she was taken from, when she was taken into the vehicle.
That is where he was taken.
Yes.
Wathathwa ke usuka khona lapho ke waswa emotweni.
Senzo, please.
Yeah, also make
Madam,
mention.
that is correct. Well, she did say he went to kneel between the couch and the and the room divider, but thereafter she went to look for help. So when the deceased was carried, she was at Mapiri.
That is correct. That's correct. I withdraw the question.
So you were wrong.
No, I was not wrong. Man.
How can you both be
To say
right?
wrong is a very strong statement. We make mistakes.
There's no
We
difference
make
between it
mistakes.
is not correct, it is wrong. What is the difference?
No, what I'm saying, my lord.
Just semantics. It's just
the court
semantics.
says- I'm sorry, my lord. If the court says I'm wrong, it's a very strong statement.
It's what?
But my interpretation can never be wrong. It's just an assessment of how I heard the evidence.
You are wrong. You can't right a wrong. You are wrong.
It was a misinterpretation. I'd rather use the term. I prefer to use misinterpretation.
And misinterpretation is wrong.
It was false.
Why do you want to run away from a fact which is sobala nje? It's a misstatement. It's an incorrect. Churchill calls it a terminological inexactitude. It's wrong. Okay, you heard me.
Terminological exactitude.
That's what Churchill calls a wrong thing.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You saying at the point at which you took him from the motor, I'm withdrawing the supposition or the proposition that he was taken from the sitting room into the motor. Yes.
Manje ke ngithanda ke ukuthi nami ngithi mangibuka izinto bese ngibona okanye ngithola leso sithombe sokuthi wathathwa wasuswa khona lapha ukuthi waya elokhu. He was removed from the kitchen to the dining room. Can you repeat that, please?
I am saying I am withdrawing
Oh.
that position that he was taken from the sitting room near the coaches to the motor vehicle.
Uthi ke uyabona ke lo mbono abe ubeke kuwe uthi hayi ke sengiyasula ukuthi wathathwa wasuswa khona lapha la ebeyifihle khona ngase sitting room waseke uyathathwa uyiswa lokho uthi ngiyakhoqisa yazwakala.
Okay.
Understood.
Now,
Thank you.
if you so remember, were one of the Khumalos part of those who lifted him to the motor vehicle as we were lifting him from the place where you found him?
Uma ukhumbula kahle ngabe khona umunye wakaKhumalo kwakuyingxenye yalabo bantu abebemcubula bamsemotweni bayomfaka emotweni. Ukhona nje omnye wakaKhumalo lapho uyewalekelela faka isandla ekutheni athathwe aswe lapha emotweni. Umukhumbula?
Ngikhumbule yabo.
No,
I'm not sure angikhumbule.
I don't remember. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Thank you, Madam. That will be all.
Okay. Mr. Khumalo, any questions?
Wait, mate, this is the court. My lord, I have no cross-examination to the witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khumalo.
Mr. Ngcatshe, do you know what is the height of the wall between the two houses, your house and that one of the Khumalo?
Uyayazi height yalelo bonda ke elihlukanisa lemizi emibili mhlambe ngahlamsela ukuthi
Ngambonisa umzekelo ukuthi lifika phi la kimi.
I can demonstrate by myself as to how far the height would be relative to my height.
Okay, you can tell us.
Ungasibonisa ke. Okay. The witness is now demonstrating that it could be on a chin level of his
Mangile
height.
kanje ngiyakhona ukuma nje kulo so. Bona.
Now, as I am standing like that, with that demonstration
Yeah.
of both arms then lifted, I'm able to lead into the yard of Khumalo's.
And then, having said that, there is a curtain at Khumalo's kitchen, then how were you able to see a person inside the house?
Manje kunekhethi ngaleke kule fastela ka Khumalo. Ukwazile yini ukubona umuntu ongaphakathi endlini kalokho njani ka Khumalo? Kulo lelo fastela.
Yebo ngikwazile ngoba curtain yebo ikhona ngibonile curtain and manje ukhumbule bese ku dark yabo. The time it was dark and they had a light on in the kitchen. So angikhona ngibona okuningi. I didn't see.
Now I concede to the fact that there is a curtain in there. However, given the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, I could still see through into the kitchen of the Khumalos. It was late in the day or towards the night or in the evening, and that the fact that the kitchen was lit, that was the reason why I could then be able to see through that very window into the kitchen of the Khumalos.
Did you say it was lit inside the kitchen?
Bekulitiwe nje kitchen yeah bekulitiwe
Ngaphakathi kitchen.
ngaphakathi because ngikhumbula ukuthi ngasikhathi ngibona lo muntu ogcoka iskipa esimhlophe naso yes it was after i-curtain but ngoba kukhanya naso besibona bengikhona ukubona ukuthi okay khona umuntu ogcoka iskipa esimhlophe ubhekele.
Yes, I had meant that it was indeed lit in the kitchen. It was lit. It was lit in the kitchen. And the other thing that I remember is the fact that when I saw that person that was inside of the kitchen, through that kitchen window, given the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, the reflection was rather visible for me. Because of the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, and it is for that reason that I could see that that person was wearing a white t-shirt.
In other words, the curtain was not thick. You could able to see through the curtain.
That is correct. Yeah. That is correct.
Zandile Khumalo said there is no way you could have been able to see through the curtain inside the house. What do you see?
Zandile Khumalo yena uthi ayikho indlela ukuthi ubungabona ngaphakathi kwekitchen ngaleyo curtain ibilapha ngenxa yale curtain ibilapha.
I can't speak for her and that wakho umbono lo
angikwazi ukuthi ngamkhulumela. That would be her own version.
But are you saying you were able to see?
Uthi wena ukwazile ukubona.
Ngikwazile ukubona.
Yes, I was able to see.
And then you further said you went down to the park, and after you came back from the park, you still found the deceased still kept inside the house. Is that correct?
Uthi ke nahamba naye eparkini, mase nibuye eparkini, namthola umufi esasengaphakathi endlini.
Yebo.
At that
Yes.
time, he had not received any medical attention by the time you left your house down to the park and back to the park. He was just sitting inside the house.
Shuthi ke nahamba namshiya endlini naye eparkini akakatholi unyango okanye medical attention. Nabuye eparkini nabuyela endlini akakatholi uncedo ilokho njalo lo nyanga.
Masuka laphana ekhaya bengisekhaya mina ngaphuma ngegate sayehla ke ne-community.
Now, I was at home initially and then exited the premises of my home. Myself together with the community, we then went down the street.
Saya enzansi sijaha masifika ke sathola ukuthi asibone umuntu.
And then we were chasing, or we were in a hurry And then when we got to the park, we realized that there's nobody there and we couldn't see any person there.
Yeah, I agree with that. My question is,
Ngiyavumelana nalokho.
you went down
Eh,
and came back only to find that there was no ambulance
Ngisho njalo
in
ngithi
this
kuwe
premises called to attend to the deceased.
engusho yilo ngivumelana nawe ukuthi engusho engicizela ku ukuthi nahamba naye eparkini naze nabuya eparkini kunguthi sonke lesikhathi nihambile nize nibuye futhi azange neambulance eke yafika lapha nizosiza ukusenza kunjalo it is indeed so.
Thank you. And also, I just want to confirm one more thing that, okay, where was the Khumalos, especially Kelly Khumalo and the mother, inside the house when you arrived from the park?
Mase niphume ephakeni ningena endlini kaKhumalo uKelly Khumalo nomama umama Khumalo bebe kuphi phakathi endlini lapha?
into engikhumbula ngembona umama ka Kelly.
The person I recall seeing, it was Kelly's mother.
But abanye azange ngibabone. Ngikhumbuli. Ngibabone.
The others, I didn't see them. I do not recall seeing them.
The decision that was taken for you to take the deceased to the hospital, were you asked by the Khumalo family members or you were asked by the neighbors?
Leso sinqumo mina sithatha ukuthi kuthathwe lona ke umufi afakwe emotweni ahanjiswa esibhedlela nacelwa yini abakaKhumalo mhlawumbe okanye nina navele nanquma nje ukuthi akathathwe lo muntu afake emotweni ayiswe esibhedlela.
Angikhumbuli kahle ukuthi inkulumo zambe kanjani after ngibone le scene, but into engikhumbulayo ukuthi sesa decide ukuthi Senzo sizomthatha simfake emotweni ayisibhedlela.
I cannot recall clearly how the communication went about. What I remember is that we decided that we will take Senzo and put him into the vehicle so that he's transported to the hospital.
One last question. When you said when you removed the deceased, he was already non-responsive.
Usho kanjalo ukuthi mase nimsusa laphayana ubengasanyakazi okanye akhulume.
Bekangakhulumi, like verbally non-responsive, but umzimba nakhona non-responsive, mara ma umsondela ebusweni yambona ukuthi usaphefumula.
Okay. Yes, indeed, he was non-responsive in terms of the body, physically. He was not responsive, and as well as verbally, he couldn't respond. But when one neared the face or close to the mouth, one could hear that there was some difficulty in that.
Okay. By the time you arrived, you said you remember only that there was Khumalo's mother who was inside the lounge. As he was sitting in that critical condition, is there any Khumalo family member who was helping him, or he was left there to die by himself?
Left there to die.
Or he was left?
This lady, Zandile said, I went to Mapiri. Please.
Manet, can I rephrase that question?
No, let's not adulterate the evidence by stating non-essentials which were never ever testified to. She said she panicked, she froze, she came out, she went to Mapiri, she was spending with Ngcatshe, she couldn't even dial 10-111. And now you're telling us she was left there to die.
Manet, can I rephrase my question?
Yes.
Is there any person who was assisting or who was with the deceased at the time when you found him, or he was left there by his own?
Manimthola laphayana ngabe kukhona yini umuntu obezama ukumlekelela okanye ube lapho nje eyedwa la?
Yeah, masivela ngepassage. Bekangekho umuntu engimbonile mina.
Thank you.
When we appeared at the passage, there isn't any person that I had witnessed them.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
How old were you at that time, sir?
Ubuna ngaki ngaleso
Was that
sikhathi?
incident played out?
Ma kwenzakala lesigameko.
26 years.
I was 26 years old,
You
my
were
lord.
fairly grown up.
Ubukhulile. Yes, my
Were
lord.
you shocked?
Ubuthukile.
Shocked, traumatized.
Yeah. You didn't
Yeah,
even know what
but
you
been
had to do.
too
Am I correct?
No.
Yes. That's how normal human beings react to an exigency which is traumatic, unexpected, sudden.
Ingendlela ke abantu abenza ngakhona uma bethuke kakhulu. Kwenzakala isigameko abebengasilindelanga ukuthi senzeke. I agree, my lord.
And you're not a trained CPSR. Abantu abenza imvelo.
First aid, my lord.
Just translate for me.
Yebo. Wena ke awusiyena umuntu o first aid kanjalo.
Hey, I.
Yes, I am not.
A trained medical attendant, like a nurse, for instance, when a lady is giving birth, I'll make a different example, and she's on labor, a trained nurse will probably know what to do. Me, I'll just hold my head and
La
I didn't know. But I know some policemen do give, assist women to give birth.
umuntu oqeqeshiwe uyakwazi ukuthi uzokwenza njani esimene esithize. Udokotela, unesi, ngiyazi khona namaphoyisa athize uma ngabe umama kumele azoteta bayakwazi ukuthi bampetise. Mina ke angazi lutho, angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngingene lezo. Yes, my lord.
And that's one of the reasons why you say you chased down to the park and left Senzo bleeding. He was
Yes.
bleeding internally, perhaps.
Isona ke isizathu esakwenza ukuthi nihambe nigijimele laphana eparkini nashiya usenzo lana opha asazi mhlambe ube uphela ngaphakathi.
Ngayilungisa leyo.
I can correct that, my lord.
Yeah.
Masiyehla siya le. We were not aware ukuthi kunomuntu odutshuliwe.
Yes.
When we were going down the street, my lord, we were not aware that there's a person that was shot at.
Okay.
Yes. When we came back, masibuya kula kahle kahle sesithola I full information ukuthi kahle kahle kwenzakaleni.
It was only upon our return that we were now related to as to what transpired there.
Okay, fine. Any re-examination, sir? It's in the way.
It's a good place. It's just picking up on this last aspect. Advocate Shololo for case number 5 put it to that upon your return from the park, you found the deceased there in the house unattended.
Usho kanjalo mama Mtshololo yakhumbula ebeyakuwa ukuthi uma seniqhamuka okanye nibuya lapha neparkini nifika lapha endlini nase nithola umufi kunenamuntu emlekelelayo njalo yakhumbula ebeka kuwe. I remember. Yes, I remember.
Now, you testified in evidence in chief that the park is about 200 meters from your house in the Khumalo.
Usho kanjalo ke kulobufakazi bakho bokuqala ipark ingaba 200 meters ukusuka lapha eKhumalo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to rephrase what Advocate Msholo said. Is that upon your return from the park, you found the deceased in the house not having received medical attention.
Ngibeke ngendlela ke ayibinga khona uadvocate Msholo ukuthi uthi man qamuka nibuya eparkini nifike endlini nathola umufi engayitholi okanye engatholi uncedo lonyango. Yeah.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Now, do you remember perhaps what the time lapse was between chasing after the persons, searching there at the park, and then coming back to the Khumalo house?
Yazi kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani mhlawumbe ukusuka laphana ni eparkini nibuye nifike laphana kaKhumalo.
Maybe 12 minutes.
Perhaps about 12 minutes. Could have taken about 12 minutes.
And just maybe lastly, Advocate Ramosipoli put it to you that the space there at the kitchen window is small.
Usho kanjalo,
And when the door is open, the view is obstructed.
usho kanjalo uthi leso space isincanyana laphayana.
That is now the space to view into the.
Didn't speak about anything.
No. When the door is open,
I didn't speak about any door.
yeah. Well,
It is the witness that testified that he did not speak about any door.
yes.
I don't help us.
As-
So
As a court, it's really
whether
not
the door is open, whether the kitchen is,
it's
transparent.
it's really of no consequence. The point of the matter is when you saw the person with his back there at the kitchen door, you remember whether the kitchen door was open or closed?
At the kitchen door.
Yes.
Old mom,
When you saw the person with his back at the kitchen window, do you remember whether the kitchen door was open or closed?
mawubona lo muntu ke sobona umhlani wakhe olaphayana efasteleni le kitchen. Ngabe uyakhumbula yini ukuthi umnyango uvulekile noma uvalekile?
Mangimbona bovalekile.
When I saw the person, the door was closed.
Thank you, very so much.
It's fair to put questions which actually were debated in this court. Because you have to say Senzo was left unattended. It's actually not correct. If you listen to the evidence like I did. Zandile says he went out to the nearest house, which happens to be the Mapiris. Requested Mapiris to phone the ambulance and the police. That's the evidence. Mapiri is panicking, she's screaming. She says, maybe let Ntabiseng do it. Then she makes the same request to Ntabiseng. But you say, no, Senzo was just left there to his own devices. Not correct. Zandile made attempts to find medical assistance and police assistance for the deceased. And she says, when she came back, she found some gentlemen here trying to move the deceased into the vehicle. That's the evidence. Please. Yeah, you can
Aqondisa makwe. Uyazama nje ukuqondisa lawo magwegwe ukuthi ngempela angineme ngalento ukuthi kuthiwa uSenzo wayekelwa nje laphayana kungenamuntu obemsiza khona lapho kahle uthi bengikhona ngibuzwile ubufakazi ka Zandile ukuthi uZandile wahamba waya kwaMaphiri ayofuna uncedo khona lapha kwaMaphiri uthi makafika khona kwaMaphiri wathola ukuthi ke uMaphiri naye akakwazi ukuthi angafonela iambulance ukuthi izosiza lona uSenzo wacela uNtabiseng manje ke into bengithi nje ngizama ukuyiqondisa yiyo leyo yokuthi umuntu washi walaphayana kungena ngqondo nje alitholayo uZandile wahamba waya kwaMaphiri.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Is that the end of this witness testimony?
Indeed, my lord.
Yes, thanks, sir.
Siyabonga.
We have not been given opportunity to, if we have questions after the court question.
No, it's not a question. I was regularizing the evidence which was led in the, unless you say I'm wrong, fine. Unless you say that. I was relating the evidence as was relayed by Zandile, following your view that Senzo was left to die unattended never received any medical attention. There were reasons predicating that type of situation. It's not like Zandile just folded her arms. She panicked. She says, I froze, I panicked. I could even not dial 10-111. Went out with the phone to my nearest neighbor, engaged my neighbor. Please phone the ambulance and the police. Now, that conduct is not consistent with the person who is saying, dying. Okay, can we have the next witness? If you talk.
Okay. As a court, please, my lord, continue with the evidence of the neighbors. The state calls the next witness.
Who's that?
It's Mrs. Ntabiseng Petunia Mukete. She's
Okay.
witness number 26 on the list.
I say, Petunia Mukete.
Yes.
Yeah.
Until the witness has just arrived and she just needs to catch her breath. If we can just adjourn just for about 2 minutes, the court can just wait in the.
Okay.
Life in
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up.
There was so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
The
so there's
court of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
uNkulunkulu unama-plans. Life ingenye indlela.
South Africa.
we have just seen it just out, before the break. The interview between the testimony that was given by the neighbor and how the judge responded. I don't know how you see the proceedings so far, your view. I can see Leon is asking this judge, is actually putting some furious emojis. Yeah. So it's something that we need also just to check what is his direction, what is it that the judge is actually aiming at, because maybe he has got his reasons for those questions and he has got his reasons for what he was saying. So we are going to resume shortly because the other neighbor, Ngcatshe, apparently is in the court and she's catching her breath, and definitely she'll come on the stand very soon. What's your view over this session of today, the proceedings of today? What's your view? What's your take? What can you actually say about Nkosikazi is saying wafa ukufa okubuhlungu Senzo mfowethu, surrounded by, and a crying emoji. Leon, you are also saying yo. So we just want to find out and see how the court proceedings are going to be like. Tandazike is saying Jehovah lingani abantu. Nonsin kelelo. You are saying Jehovah. Jabutlala, you're saying ay kunzima. Right. I believe that we will get actually more when Ngcatshe is talking. Remember, this one was 26 years of age at that time of the incident, and apparently they rushed out with other community members to go and actually check and see if they can see or catch the intruders per se. But he said they went to the park and they saw no one there. There was no one who was actually in that area at that point when they chased these intruders, so to say. So they came back again and they found out that there was a dead body in the house. So apparently when they started running, they did not know that somebody was shot inside of the house. So now the question from Sholos was that why was the ambulance not called? So the judge said that the Khumalos were actually panicking. They could not even dial the numbers. They could not actually even call the ambulance because, according to the judge, Sandile gave a testimony to say that she was actually frozen. She was numb. She could not even actually give a call to the ambulance or to the police. So that was something that was taking place. But let's see now. We are back in session. Let's just see how it goes. The court is almost back to session right now, and I know that if we take a closer look at it, we will actually get more information, and we will actually understand what is actually taking place. But let's just hear what the judge will actually say this time, or rather, let's see what Ngcatshe is going to say, because apparently, all right.
Ms. Mukiti, in October of 2014, where did you live?
Memkete ka October ya 2014 unodula kai?
Anekidula ko Phosphorus Mzamo.
I was residing in Mzamo, that is in Phosphorus.
Auswak.
At my sister's house. Othi ngo October 2014 ngangihlala khona lapha eMzamo esephosphorus kwasiswa.
What is the name of your sister?
Ekamanga Bitola also how to math?
Megipiri.
It is Megipiri. Megipiri. Ekamanga sisi Megipiri.
What is the name of the street?
Bitola Strata.
Kimzamo Acres.
It is Mzamo Acres.
Yes, the section, but the street.
Ke Kutlwanong Street, 13439 Kutlwanong Street.
It is Kutlwanong Street, 13439. 13439. Kutlwanong Street.
And do you know the Khumalos?
Baha Khumalo Abatsiba?
Who lived at 13511 Kutlwanong Street at the time?
Banembadula number 13511 Kutlwanong Street. Yes, I know them. Tingabazi labaka Khumalo abebehlala khona kuleyo ndlu 13511 eKutlwanong Street khona lapha eMzambo.
Now, how is your house positioned in relation to the Khumalos?
Ntlo yamo lodula teng kapa yamo dulang teng e shebane jwang le ya ha Khumalo kapo e hokae ha o e bapisa le ha Khumalo?
Ka pele ya ho ya mo ke dulang ho yona, o ene ke dula ho yona ke Ngcatshe.
Now, in the front opposite house of where I'm residing, it is Ngcatshe's house. That is the front opposite house is Ngcatshe's house. Othi lo muzi ke oqondene nala ngihlala khona umuzi kaNgcatshe.
Ka next door ya teng. Ke ha Khumalo.
And the next door neighbor to the Ngcatshe, it is the Khumalo's house. Othi ngapha ke abomakhelwane bakaNgcatshe or Khumalo.
Just want to show you photo 1 of exhibit D.
People want us in a pen, photo number 1, yeah, exhibit D.
If you can just more or less indicate there on the photo where your house is.
¿Qué pasa? Opposite ke gate ya Ngcatshe. Rona re front opposite ya Ngcatshe.
Now that gate in particular, the small one, the light is pointing at, it is the Ngcatshe's gate. That property there, it is the Ngcatshe's property. We are on this other side of the street.
Yeah, just point more or less for.
Recipients.
Aibo ha hlahe ntlo mo ke Khumalo rona re e kam.
Okay.
Kacho.
Right. It is not depicted on this picture. That point where I'm pointing at, or that particular spot I'm pointing at, that is more or less where our house is, even though it is not depicted in this picture. That other house that is clearly depicted there, it is the Khumalo's house.
Right. Now, on the 26th of October 2014, in the evening, is that correct that a certain incident occurred that led to you coming to court to testify today?
26th of October 2014, ona le ketsahalo le ngetsagala ene ka ba bosigo tsena na le ketsahalo le ngetsagala e entseng gore o iphumane o le court ka teng. How jalo? It is indeed so. Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi kube nesigameko esenzeke nge-26 October 2014 ebusuku nje okanye ntambama esenza ukuthi namhlanje ngiyithole sengila enkantolo ngizothola ubufakazi.
Can you please tell the court in your own words what happened on the day?
Okay, jwetsa khote he ka mantswe a hao. Etsa fotlalela dineo ka mantswe a hao gore na ho etsa itseng. Ska tata ke re nke nako ya. I had just taken a bath and was sitting outside of the house.
motswalle wa ka ke Yolanda.
In an actual fact, I was inside of a vehicle, was occupying the vehicle of my friend by the name of
Yolanda Nota.
Yolanda Nota. Kuthi-ke bengisanda ukubhava nje ngase ngihlala ngaphandle kanti kahle kahle bengihleli ngaphakathi emotweni yomngani wami uYolanda Nota.
Where was this motor vehicle? You
can
just show on the photo one of its video.
Ha o hlahelle mo batho na le pavement mo plahai.
No,
Ne re le kantle mo pavementeng.
It is not visible or represented by this particular picture here. However, it was more or less at the spot where the light is, because where the light is, there's a pavement there, which is just next to our home. That is more or less the spot where the vehicle had parked at.
And sorry?
Yeah, just for the reference of the board of perhaps for the benefit of the record, this light is at the bottom left of that picture, just outside of the border of the bottom left of the picture that is displayed here on the screen.
And how was this vehicle parked?
In a package on Korea.
In e pakile e shebile ko tlase. E kare e shebile ko parking. Re na le park ha o ya ko tlase nyana.
The vehicle had parked facing the park. So it was facing down the street. There's a park down the street there in the vicinity. So it was facing the direction of the park. Timoto lena ke ipakile. Iqonde ngale ngase park. Ngoba khona lapho kuleyo ndawo kune park khona lapho. Imoto ibepakile iqonde.
And where in the car were you seated?
Unoduthi kae ka koloi?
Ne ke dutse kamera ho passenger seat.
Okay.
Ke driver kamera.
I was sitting at the back seat behind the passenger seat of that vehicle, the front left passenger seat of that vehicle. So I was sitting behind. Oh, can I just correct that?
Ne ke dutse kamera ke driver. Nna ne ke le camera driver.
Oh, it's in passenger.
Okay.
No, there was a discrepancy there. I was seated directly behind the driver. Ngangihleli nje emva bomshayeli okanye emva kwesihlalo somshayeli waleyo moto.
And Miss Yolanda Mota, where was she seated?
Yolanda Mota ona dutse kae yena?
Ona dutse ka pele. I hate her.
Kapele kae.
Ona dutse go sitting ya driver yen.
Okay. Yolanda Mota was seated she was occupying the driver's seat. And then she turned back to look behind her. Ube hlelike kulesihlalo somshayeli lo uYolanda. Waseke ubheka nje emuva.
Were there any other occupants in the vehicle?
Nkabe hona le batho ba bang ba di ba le ka hara koloi ka mo?
Nona le ngwana mnyane wa Yolanda.
Yes, there was a minor child belonging to Yolanda who was also the occupant of that vehicle. Wakhona ingane encane ekalona uYolanda ebekhona nayo ngaphakathi emotweni.
How old was the child then?
Ngwanona nalithi limotse ikae kana kwe. How sure about that?
Selemo kapa ka tlase. Selemo.
The child could have been about a year or just below a year in terms of the age.
And what type of motor vehicle was this?
Inele Honda Ballet.
It was a Honda Ballet. Othi le moto bekuyi Honda Ballet.
The sedan.
Inele ina ekaring e kgolo ka morao ka mo. Kapo inele hatchback.
Aksawupela hantle.
I cannot remember clearly whether it was a hatchback or a sedan.
Yes, you may
Angikakhumbuli kahle ukuthi kwakuyi sedan noma i hatchback.
Yes, you may proceed.
Oka tswela pele.
Hantse re dutse ka mo kantle ntse re bua le yena ntse re
Kantle.
ka koloi
Oh, ha re kantle o bua kang?
ka koloi ke bua ka koloi
E kantle ho eng?
e ne le kantle ho yate ya ko hae.
All right. The witness keeps on saying that when we're outside, so I was just trying to ascertain when she refers to the fact that we were outside, what is she referring to? And she says that I mean that the vehicle was outside of the yard of my place of residence. Jwale ora hantse le kantle le ka mo koloing jwalo wa etsalang.
Ntse re qoqa le yena.
Now, as we are inside of the vehicle that is just parked outside of our yard, we are busy having a conversation between myself and Yolanda. Manje ngoba singaphandle kanjalo kwejaliti singasemotweni futhi le moto ipake nje ngaphandle kwejaliti le motweni ke siloko siyakhuluma mina no Yolanda.
Yes, may proceed.
Katsola pele.
Hona le mo huleng ha ba le sound e loud e utlwahalang, like that bang, the sound e ka re ke e ne le sound as tune. Ne le modimo as tune.
There was a stage where there was a sound, a loud noise that sounded like a gunshot sound, a bang sound, like that of a firearm, while we were still in the car like that.
Yes, boy.
Now I got shocked. Uthi ngoba sihleli kanjalo kwaba nokuphuma like umsindo owawuzwakala nje uzwakala nje kwangathi isibhamu siyathuma. Ngase ke mina ngiyathuka.
Iro ho yana ke modimo wa sethunya o.
I then said to her, that is the sound of a firearm or a firearm that is being discharged. Ngathi kuye ke ngiyabona lo mdumo ke umdumo ke welokhu njani wesibhamu esithumayo.
If you say you said to her who
how re kare huyena
Yolanda.
I'm referring to Yolanda. Mangithi ngathi kuye ngisho yena lo uYolanda.
Yes.
Ati bua lena jwalo kamra ha o qeta ba le modimonyana o wa sethunya o be le motho o fetang ke kana ko ke reng ke modimo wa sethunya o.
Now there was a person that passed or walked past at the time that I was saying to her, that is a sound of a gunshot.
Motona fita o fitile amata.
This particular person, as he or she was passing, he or she went past running. In fact, he was running as he was passing where we were. Manje lo mntu lona ke engikhuluma ngaye undlule egijima.
You say he or she, did you see whether it was a male person or a female person?
Ubua ka motho ile wa bona hore ke motho wa monna ka motho wa mosadi.
Ona shabela ska motho wa monna na kentse burugo le mosesane.
He looked like a male being. He had a pair of pants, lean build in terms of the physique. Manje ke lo muntu lona engikhuluma ngaye ke ubebukeka njengomuntu wesilisa. Begqoke ke ibhluke ebuya ngazuthi uzacile nje.
Now, from which direction to which direction was this person running past?
Motho ona o ne a matha a tswa direction e feng a ya direction e feng.
Ha ke mona a sa fetile koloi a ya ko tlase ka ro mathela ya parking.
Now, when I saw this person had already passed the vehicle and he was running towards the park. Mangibona ke lo muntu ube sendlulile emotweni kanti ubeqonde eparking.
Yes, my continue. More or less, what time was it?
Around after 8, monsieur.
That was after 8 p.m. Ingaba ngo 8 ebusuku. Uma ngibona lo muntu.
Yes, you proceed.
Ka koloi nka montshe re dutse le motswalle wa ka. Se re ngangisana obane ke go yena ke modumo ke o utlwala se ka modumo wa sethunya. Yena ga se sethunya.
Now, as we were occupying the vehicle, myself and my friend, we started to have a disagreement between ourselves. I was saying that sound was a gunshot sound, and she was saying no, it was not a gunshot sound. Manje mina naye ke umngani wami sesiyaphikisana ke semotweni. Ngithi mina kwaba umdumo lona olunjani wesibhamu ukuxhuma kwesibhamu yena uthi cha bekungesona isibhamu esixhumayo.
Yes, we proceed.
Ake hopola hantle ke re ke ile ka re ho yena nna ke dike holetse pla go hostel no dutse ho la dithunya ke ka ho ke re mohlomong ke modumo wa sethunya.
If I recall clearly, I said to her that, you know what, I grew up in the hostel vicinity, and there had been a number of firearms being discharged, and I could hear those sounds. And it is for that reason that I would say to you that this sound as well, it's a sound of a firearm that has been discharged. Manje, ngase ngimtshela lo nto ke uthi phela mina ngikhulele lapha ne-hostel. La bekhala khona ke ibhamu. Sona ke sizathu engithi mina le nto lo msindo enguzwile umsindo wokuxhuma kwesibhamu.
Yes, you proceed.
Rathola phela.
Answering nganyisana hape mo hole engwe hape.
As we were busy arguing with each other like that, then there was another sound of a firearm that is being discharged. Mas lo kwesiphikisana kanjalo kwaba nomnye umsindo wokuxhuma kwesibhamu.
Haila jwale tse ya bobedi ila ha o file koloi.
Now, this second sound of a firearm that is being discharged, it sounded as though it was now close to the vehicle. The sound was closer to the vehicle. Lo msindo ke wokuxhuma kwesibhamu lo wesibili ubusu ukhalela la eduze nemoto.
So proceed.
Ke re ho yena ai ha se tseta ho la fela ho fete bo batho ba ithuba matha ba ya ko tlase same direction ela o a uqala amathetseng go yona.
Now, after that sound, two people passed running towards the park as well, in the same direction that the first person who passed running took. Manje ke emva kokuphuma ke okanye emva kokuzwakala lo msindo ke wesibili kwasekundlula ke abawu2 futhi begijima nabo baya ngale ngaseparking. njengalo wokuqala ondlule egijima eya ngaseparking.
Yes.
re sa re re mametse ha ba se ba qeta ho feta ke re ho yena re tla be re shwelle ka moka koloing ha re tle batho ba ba le.
Whilst at that, and we were just waiting inside of the vehicle, I then said to her, you know what, we'll end up dying inside of the car. Let's disembark the vehicle. Batho ba etsa jwang?
Batho ba ne ba ke a re tswe ka moka koloing hobane ke mo batho ba ba le ya rona re dutse ka moka koloing.
Yeah, let's just allow this vehicle because it is evident that people are running outside here. We may end up dying right inside of this vehicle. Ngamtshela leyo nto leyo ukuthi ake siphume nathi emotweni ngoba naku abantu bayagijima. So gcina sifelele ngapha ngasemotweni.
Holala ke sa opening ha o la bula mnyako yena pele a watswa wa checka hore ho etsahala.
She opened the door. She was the first person to open the door so that she can investigate what was happening. Wavula umnyango, uyena umuntu wavula umnyango uqala ezama ukubheka ukuthi na kwenzakalani.
Yes, just refer to her by the name.
Oh, how buka yena?
Yolanda.
Yeah, how buka yena fe or Yolanda. Understood?
Alright.
Yes.
Ha bula mnyako hole batho ba le ba mathetse ko tlase hala ha utlwahala another shot ya ditering.
Now, as she opened the door, mind you, the people that we have initially seen had ran down the street. Then there was a third gunshot sound. Manje ke makavula umnyango kanjalo labantu labayana bona ke sebendlulile ke labe begijima uvula umnyango nje ufuna ukubheka ukuthi kwenzakalani saqhuma futhi okwesithathu isibhamu.
Ke hopola hore hana bula mnyako jwale ke le ka utlwa ke le ke ho bula mnyako le na hobane se ke tshwile sela la ditering.
Now as she opened the door, I also tried to open the door because now the gunshot went for the third time.
Ko hopola ke utlwa lentswe la Zandi ke mo bona ka ke twa hoeletsa e ka rena na umpone hore ke tswa ka koloing.
I remember hearing Zandi's voice and I could somehow see her. And it also appears that she may have noticed that I was inside of the car.
A hoeletsa are Ntabiseng phone la maponesa.
And she was screaming and saying that Ntabiseng phone call the police.
Phone la ambulance. Phone la ambulance.
In fact, she said that phone call the ambulance. Ngiyamkhumbula ethi Ntabiseng phone le ambulance. Ngoba ke kwangathi naye ubengibona ukuthi ngangikhona nje lapha emotweni. Ngikhumbula nje ngilizwa nje iphimbo lakhe ulokhu njani uZandi. Futhi ngimbona wasesho kanjalo ke ethi Ntabiseng phone le ambulance.
And just for record purposes, who is Zandi?
Zandi Kima.
Zandi le Khumalo ke Zandi le Khumalo dulang ha Khumalo.
This is Zandi le Khumalo that resides at the Khumalo's house. Lo Zandi mkhuluma ngaye uZandi le Khumalo ohlala kwa Khumalo.
And where was she at that stage when she was talking to you, asking you to phone the ambulance?
Unaluka kana no hare o phone the ambulance abuwa le ngolo.
You can use the photo to illustrate that. Photo one.
Kasebenzisa snapper.
Mo koloi ine editse teng. Ne ke khona ho bona ka mo ka jareteng ya ha Khumalo.
Now from where the vehicle was parked, I was able to see inside of the Khumalo's yard There is a light there pointing at the spot pertinent to the house of the Khumalos.
O ile a hlahella hona mo ke ne ke supile teng a re founela ambulance.
Just right there where I had pointed at initially, where the light had been shown at, she appeared at that particular spot. And then she said that I should call the ambulance. Khona lapho kuleyo ndawana leyo eStombi lapho. La bengikhombe khona. Uvelele ukusuka khona lapho. Wathi fonele ambulance.
That's correct. There's a mini electricity substation on the photo.
Ikabe kuyiqiniso ke ikabe ke netho hore una le ntwe mona box la electricity mo walibona la mhlakasi. Yes, indeed. And the witness is actually pointing at that substation.
Yes, where in relation to that did you see her?
How bapisa le lona le box leno la mhlakasi. Monica
Camera on that.
Camera le box.
Ke sa tsebeng ona hloletse hodima empa mo koloi e ne pakile teng hobane e pakile pla gate ya ko hae. O gona go bona ono gona kana go ho bona ha Khumalo. Ka mo motho ye meng ka hloho wa gona mona ono gona mona kana go ka mo. So una tlahetse hona mo.
Now at that very spot where I'm pointing at, during that time, from the spot where the vehicle had parked, one could still have a view or could still be able to see the Khumalos. I am uncertain whether she had climbed onto something that just elevated her a bit. But, you know, the head could still be visible. And further that the witness is now emphasizing the fact that during that time, one could see with ease the house of the Khumalos during that time, from where the vehicle was parked. Uthi ngaleso sikhathi ukuqhamuka la imoto ibipake khona umuntu bengakwazi ukuthi abone lapha na kaKhumalo. Ungazi ke ube khona mhlambe lokho begibele phezulu kwakho ukuthi akwazi ukubonakala kahle. Na noma engavela ngekhanda umuntu ubekwazi ukuthi ambone.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ola hwele tsare Nthabiseng phonela ambulance.
She screamed and she said that Nthabiseng call the ambulance. Wamemeza wathi Nthabiseng phonela ambulance.
Senzo uthunzwe.
Senzo had been shot at. Senzo udutshulile.
Ha chojalo usatla atswaka gate.
As she was saying that, she was now approaching by exiting the gate. Shonjalo uyaphuma ngegate uyeza.
Utlamathela mo ho rona mo koloing eleng ko teng.
She came running towards us, that is at the spot where the vehicle had parked. Uzanjalo egijima eza kithina. Khona laphana lapha khona imoto yethu.
The gate, can you just show the gate through which she came?
Ukarbonsa he gate yathi ngayona. Now there is a light pointing at the gate, at the opening, supposed to be the gate there, with no bars.
Yes.
At the premises of the Khumalos. Manje ke ngiyambona ukuthi ubonisa kuphi ke uthi ukhambe kuphi.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ukatsola pele.
Ke nakwe ha atla matha seking ka ngwana mo ona le ngwana na le casting. Ke tshuwile ke lena ke batla go baleya jwanong hore zandi le yena o wantshosa.
Now, as she came running towards me, or towards us, where the vehicle had parked, I then decided to pick up the child and carry the child. I am shocked at that stage. Zandi is running, and I thought to myself, perhaps I should also run. Manje, uzanje uyagijima kimi. Okay, githina la imoto ibipake khona. Ngithi mina ke nanguza la githina uyagijima ngathatha umntwana. Ngathi mhlambe nami kumele ngibaleke. Ngoba ngazi ukuthi uyabaleka na.
Kinga ngwana ke mathela ka jareteng ya mo kidula ya mo hae.
Now, I took the child, I ran into our yard, that is the yard of my place of residence. Ngathatha lengane ngase ngiyagijima ngigijimela ejartini lethu mina mazi la ngihlala khona.
Ke mathali yena Zandiri lo kena ko hae ka kitchen.
Now we are running together, myself and Zandi, to go and enter my home through the kitchen door. Sigijima kanjalo ke manje mina noZandi ukuya ekhaya kithi. Siyongena endlini ngomnyango wekitchen.
Yes.
Are kena ka mnyako ke rile ka pusha mnyako ka hweletsa. Ke hlaela ka mo ka dining room ke hweletsa ausi le yena maphiri.
Now, as we got into the house, I started shouting or screaming for Mapiri, which is my sister. Mangena jalo endlini sengiyamemeza kanjalo ke isekishini memeza yena lona usisi uMapiri.
Ahlahe atsoka kamareng.
She came out from the bedroom. Wasuyaphuma usisi ekamga ekamereni.
Hahlaha abutsori ke eng.
When she came out, she then inquired, "What is it?" Magavela wasuyabuza ke ukuthi yini.
Ke mo re hlalosang Zandi hlalosang hore Senzo uthuntswe.
That is where Zandi started to explain that Senzo has been shot at. Kulapho ke esephathisa khona ke uZandi ukuthi uSenzo usedutshuliwe.
Akopa re ho founelwe ambulance.
She then requested that the ambulance be phone called. Wasuyacela ukuthi kufonelwe i-ambulance.
Who is it now?
Ke mang okopa ngifuna ufonelwe ambulance?
Ke Zandi le Khumalo.
That is Zandi le Khumalo.
Yes, we proceed.
O ka tswela pele.
Ha tloa mo a ke sa hopola hantle kelelong ya ka hore ile o founelwa ambulance kapa o ile wa etsahalang.
From then on, I cannot have a clear collection from my mind as to whether the ambulance was being phone called or was it phone called or not. Emva kwalokho ke angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi iyafonelwa yini ambulance noma cha.
Ke hopola ke siya ngwana hodima carpet ne le mo fatshe.
I remember leaving the child on the carpet that was on the floor. Ngikhumbula ke ngishiya ingane nje phezulu kwecarpet kona lapha yana phansi.
Ke tswa ka Zandi ne sa tswile ola re siya ka mo a tswa matsa nna ka siya ngwana le nna ka tswa ke mo mlatela morao.
Now at that time Zandi had already exited the house when I then decided to put the child down on the carpet to also follow Zandi. So I exited the house. manje ngaleso sikhathi ke uZandi nayo bese seke phumile uma mina sengithatha isinqumo sokuthi ingane ngibeke phansi phezu kwecarpet ngilandele lona ke uZandi.
Ke hopola ke tswela ka ntle strateng.
I remember when I went out to the street.
One se hona le batho ba ono sona le batho le koloi ya Khedi X6 se ipakile ka ntle mo strateng se ba re ba mo kentse ka hare Senzo who was bedleng.
Now there already were a multitude of people already in that vicinity there, and Kelly's vehicle or the X6 was parked outside of the street, and it was said that Senzo had already been loaded into that X6. Kumbula mangiphuma ngaphandle kwase sekunabantu nje isituwana sabantu lapha emgaqweni, kanti ke imoto lena ke iX6 yayipake ngaphandle, imoto kaKelly yayipake ngaphandle emgaqweni, sekuthiwa ke uSenzo usefakwe kuleyo moto.
I just want to show you the vehicle on photo 2 of Exhibit D. You recognize the vehicle?
Why popular police? That is the exact car, and it has been pointed at with a light.
Which car?
The light is pointing at the X6 that is depicted on that picture there.
Yes.
Yebo, iyo leyo moto ke engiyikhombayo engikhuluma ngayo, ngikhomba yona le X6 evelela lapho kuleso sithombe.
Yes, may I proceed?
Councillor Pile.
Ke hopola ke atumetse haufinyana le koloi ba ne se ba le ka koloing lo Yolanda a khutla morao le nna hobane Yolanda o la mo ha Khumalo ha nna ke ne ke mathela ka tlong le ngwana le Zanti.
Are itale mo le Yolanda o ila ya ha Khumalo wena ha o mathela
ka tlong ke lo sia ngwana ke hweletsa ma le osmidi ka tlong.
Okay. Perhaps we should start it at that. When myself and Zandi ran into our house, Yolanda went to the Khumalo's house. Now, at that stage, myself and Zandi le Khumalo and the child that I was carrying, we are running into our house to go alert my sister about what has transpired. Kampono re flamsa ka teng re no le haufi le koloi
ha ke atumela haufinyana le bona le koloi le batho ba mo ka ntle ha Khumalo ho thuwa sepetlele.
Now, as I neared the X6 vehicle said to have loaded Senzo, it was said that the Khumalos are actually going to the hospital. Maseseng sondela ke leyo X6 yona le kuthiwa kwa dijeliwe ulokhonjani ngakhona uSenzo abaka Khumalo kuthiwa baya esibhedlela.
Can you just demonstrate there on the photo where the vehicle was at that stage?
Okarbonsa mo snapping mo ore koloi ene lo kai
but inenkile 10 ekare ya go dimo ha o tswa ka strata se sa rona isa iko tlase mo le Bla Park inenkile the opposite direction yona
initially direction.
Yes.
Ya go tswa the exact spot is pointed on the picture here, detailing where the vehicle had actually been parked. And that time around, the vehicle had faced the opposite direction to that of the park. So it had faced away from the park. Oti ngaleso sikhathi ke imoto yayipake khona la ebekhombe khona la kulesi sithombe, kodwa ke yayingaqondanga eparking. Kwangathi beqonde kule enye direction.
Yes, you may proceed.
That's all I feel.
Ke hopola ho no tshwe huwa sepetlele sa ofinyana ke Botshilong.
I remember it was said that they are going to Botshilong because Botshilong is the nearest hospital. Ngikhumbula besho kanjalo ukuthi kuyiwa eBotshilong. Botshilong isona sepetlele seduze.
Ke khutla mo le Yolanda ara ha re kene ka koloing re ba sale morao.
And then I went back, myself and Yolanda. Then Yolanda suggested that we go and embark the vehicle that we had initially embarked and then follow them. Manje mina ke no Yolanda sasesibuyele emuva emotweni wasethi ke uYolanda asibalandela singene emotweni sibalandele.
The thing happened that we took his.
Let me correct something there.
We took his.
How do I do this?
You're correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Re kene ka koloing akisa hopoling hantle hore e tlile ka nna hore re ba latele kapa e tlile ka yena hore re ba sale morao empa ntho ke tsebang hore re ile ga kena ka koloing ra ba sala morao.
Okay. This is that discrepancy that I would have wished to correct. I am uncertain as to whether it was my suggestion that we should follow them or it was Yolanda's suggestion that we should follow them. The gist of the point is we eventually got into the vehicle and then we followed them. So we got into the vehicle and then followed them. Angisakhumbuli ke iyo lento engizama ukuthi ngiyilungise ukuthi yimina yini owathi masibalandele okanye uye uYolanda, kodwa ke okusenhloko ukuthi sangena emotweni sabalandela.
Yes, you may proceed.
That's all I believe.
Are fitla sepetlele ne re sa ibone koloi haufinyana a re ne sa ibone koloi hobane ke nana hore e tsamaya ka potlako feta ya rona o batlile pele ho rona
no sa ibone kae
mmileng tseleng mo ha re setse morao ne sa bona ha le tseleng a re fitla sepetlele battery thotse ile go driveway mo ba di ambulance ba yamanteng mo emergency.
Now along the road we couldn't see the vehicle or even identify the vehicle along the road. We thought that they were driving at a high speed. That could be the reason why we are not seeing it along the road as we were driving. And upon arrival at the hospital, we then saw the vehicle parked in what the witness refers as to the driveway where the ambulances or perhaps at the emergency section of the premises of the hospital. Othikela emgaqweni azange sibone imoto sisacabanga ukuthi ihamba ngesivinini esiphezulu kakhulu ingalokho singakwazi ukuthi siyibone. Kanti ke sithe mase sifika ke esibhedlela sayithola ke le moto ipake kwi driveway. Futhi ke la kuma khona ke imoto lezi ke ama ambulance okanye endaweni ebhala ukuthi indawo yenhlekele ethize. Yes.
And just for record purposes, which hospital are you referring to?
Re bua ka sepetlele se feng?
Botselong.
I'm referring to Botselong. Ngikhuluma ngeBotselong.
Yes, you may proceed.
O ka tswela pele?
Re fihla re ba thola se ba tswile ka koloing.
Upon our arrival, they had already alighted the vehicle. Masisifika thina ke bathi sebephumile emotweni.
Empa Senzo ne sa le ka morao ka koloing.
O nentse a
O ne ntse a le ka morao ka mo ka koloing.
However, Senzo was still inside of the vehicle, that is at the back of that vehicle. Kodwa ke noma kunjalo ke uSenzo yena ube logo engaphakathi emotweni. Dingasemuva emotweni.
Honona le batho ba sebetsang sepetlele ba babedi ba ne ba le mo.
There were hospital workers, 2 of them, that were right there at that spot. Kwakhona ke isebenze eziwu2 zasesibhedlela ezazikhona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
Bane ba leka ho montsha ka mo ka hara koloi empa ba ntse ba lla.
They were trying to take him out of the vehicle, however they were still crying.
Ke hopola a ke re ba
Bebezama ukumkhipha emotweni kodwa bebelokhu bekhala.
ke hopola ka nako nona le Kelly le Sandy.
I remember during the time there was Kelly and Zandi.
Ke hopola hona le motswalle wa bona Mteleli o ne a hlotsa.
I remember also there was a friend of theirs who was tall in physique, who was limping. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakhona nomngani wabo lapho omude nyana nje ngomzimba wayethuka nje.
Ba la ke lebitso la hae ke Tumelo.
They said that his name was Tumelo, but igama lakhe uTumelo.
And then hona le omong hape abuti ba re ke Nthokozisi.
And there also was another gentleman there called Nthokozisi. Wakhona nomnyeke ubhuti kwathiwa uMthokozisi.
O bona hore a re tswa ka koloing le Yolanda. O bona hore wa sokola ho tloa motho le mo. Il motho Senzo. Yolanda ko mathela mo koloing. A mo tosa ka mo ka koloing. Aba thusa hore ba mo tose and then ba mo beya hodima stretcher sa sepetlele.
When we realized that these people were battling to disembark Senzo from the vehicle, we alighted the vehicle and Yolanda ran to the vehicle to go and assist. She assisted in dragging him out of the vehicle so that he is put on the stretcher, so that he is put on the stretcher. Manje ngokuqaphela okanye ngokubona ukuthi labantu ungazothi bayasogola ukuthi ulokho nje naphume emotweni uSenzo ukuthi bamkhiphe emotweni. Wase ke uYolanda masiphume emotweni yena wagijimela khona lapha yana ukuyolekelela. Ukufika kwakhe lapho wase ufaka isandla ukuthi makadonsweke manje akwazi ukuthi abekwe phezu kwestretcher.
Can you just clarify, if you say they were still crying, who are you referring to?
Haure banentse balla. Ubua ka boma.
Kaofela bona. Ene le Zandi nalla, Kedi nalla. Ke hopola Zandi analla le Kedi nalla le Tumelo.
All of them were crying. If I remember well, it was Zandi, Kelly, and Tumelo. They were crying. Bonke ke babekhala. Mangikhumbula kahle beku Zandi, Kelly kanye noTumelo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ukathola pele.
O pushuwa stretcher se ho mo kenya hospital ka hare hospital jwane.
Now that very stretcher was pushed into the hospital now. Manje leso stretcher ke saseke siya apushwa ke ukungena ngaphakathi kwesibhedlela.
Ha o fitla mo casualty nya kwa casualty ba re go tsetsa ka fela ka ntle.
When we got to the casualty door or entrance, we were then all of us sent back that we should be outside. Uma sifika laphana ke emnyango wase casualty base ke basiphindisele emuva sonke ukuthi singangeni sibe ngaphandle.
Ho kantle ka mo pela kantle ka mo pela casualty no na ditulo mo dulang teng.
Just outside there, close to the casualty, there were seats where people could, or there was a sitting area that was designated there, close to the casualty. Khona lapho ngaphandle, kwakhona nje indawo yokuhlala okanye ihlalo zazikhona lapho umuntu angahlala khona lapho.
Bane balla ba batla wetsa di call ne ke tshwere ne ke gopola ke tshwere di phone tse pedi.
Now they were crying and they wanted to make phone calls. I remember that I was in possession of the 2 cell phones.
And then
babeloko bekhala ke bezama ke ukwenza ukufona. Mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngangiphethe amalokhunjana amabili ama cell phones amabili.
Ke baneletsa di phone mo ho phone wa he.
I then handed them the cell phones. Phone calls were made. Banikeza ke ama cell phone. Wase kuyafona ke khona lapho.
Ke sa tsebeng ho lofonela bo mang.
Well, I did not know who in particular was being phone called. Angazi ukuthi kahle kahle kwafonela obani ke khona lapho.
Who did you borrow your phones to?
We le wa neletsa phone kapa wa kadima mang di phone tsa hao?
Ke deka kadima cellular phone.
I lent Kelly. She made a phone call. Sorry, Kelly phone called.
Hape motho la phone ke hopola ela ba Tumelo o la phone.
Well, another person that I recall that had made or that had phone called, it was Tumelo. Omnyake wabantu oye wafona uTumelo.
And just for record purposes, who's Kelly?
Kelly Kiman.
Kelly ke ausiwa Zandile Khumalo.
Kelly is Zandile Khumalo's sister. Mangu Kelly and Mangu sister Zandile Khumalo.
Yes, we may proceed.
All right. Hantse who mo who to who phone who liwa mo ba re Nzori utujuliwe mo.
Now, as they were phone calling and they were crying at the same time, and they kept on saying that Nzori, Utujuliwe has been shot at.
Who was saying that?
Kimang and
Ki bona mo di phone call tsa bona.
They are the very people that were saying that as they were making these phone calls. Ibona ke babesho kanjalo njengoba babefona ngaleyo ndlela.
Yes, we proceed.
Katsola pele.
Ho be ka mra metsotsunyana e se gale re fihlile mo sepetlele. Ho tlenes mo na le Yolanda mo re dutseng le bona re try ho ba calm down.
Now, after a few minutes, we had arrived at the hospital. Then a nurse came. Myself and Yolanda, where we were seated, together with them, we were trying to comfort them. Manje ke kweza ke umhlengazi lapho la sasihleli khona ke mina no Yolanda siloko sizama ukubaduduza ke.
Me wane sa fitla a re we o patumele ka pelenyana wa bitswa ke doctor. one pizza.
Now, this lady nurse that came to us, she then came to me and said, "Can you come quickly? Come with me quickly. The doctor is looking for you." Gantige lomhlengikazi lona ozakit lo wesimameke ngoba ezakit uza kim utshela mina ukuthi woza ngokusheshsha udokotela uyakufuna.
Kere ho yana a ke nahana hore ke nna motho tlameleng ho ba ka moo.
I then said to her, no, I don't think I am the person that is supposed to be in there. Ngase ngithi kuye cha, angicabanga ukuthi imini umuntu ofanele ukuthi abe ngaphakathi lapho.
Are hona le information ya ne ba e batlang.
She then said that there is a particular information that they are in quest of. Bese uthi kimina kukhona nje ulwazi oluthize abalufunayo. Like,
Hakisa again.
hurry, walk in, or hurry, go in.
Re kene le yena ka moo.
We, the both of us then went in there.
Ke ka moo ho ne ho ntso ho thuswa Senzo ka hare ka moo.
That is the area or the room in which Senzo was being attended to. Ganti ke kungase kumbini lapho ke kwaku lokho kusizwa lona uSenzo ngonyama.
A ke fihla ka hare ngaka e botse hore o eng le motho o.
When I got inside, the doctor asked me, how do I relate with this particular person? Ngaphakathi ke udokotela wasuyangibuza ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani nalo muntu, and he was referring to Senzo. Ngaleso sikhathi ke udokotela usho bekhuluma ngayo uSenzo ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani naye.
Kere ho yena karabo ya ka ke hopola ke le kare ke family friend ya fiance ya hae.
I remember giving that reply that I am the family friend to his fiancé. Ngikhumbula ngisho kanjalo ngithi mina ke ngumngani waka fiancé okanye lona okuzoba umakoti wakhe uSenzo.
Balike hape ba etse kare mchini hape ba hlalose hore ke ba etse kare ba mo resuscitate hape.
Now they went on as though they were resuscitating him. Base bayaqhubeka ngathi bazama ke ukuthi bamvuselele kanye bamsiza ukuthi aphile.
Ke hopola doctor are relikile ka hohle empa ha o hlokahetse ha sa le.
I remember the doctor saying that we tried all, however he's no longer. Ngikhumbula udokotela esho kanjalo ukuthi sizame konke noma ke kunjalo akasekho.
So, but please, my lord, even if it's hearsay, it has already been admitted in Exhibit G, I think.
Why do you say a doctor makes a pronouncement in front of her? You say it's hearsay.
Well, in the sense that the witnesses testify about what the doctor told her.
Yeah, but she sees the doctor trying to resuscitate Senzo. In that process, she says Senzo is no more.
Yes, but
it's not Ratamapatin talking.
Yes,
Who's a layman?
As I said, that aspect has been admitted. It's really of no consequence. Man. Yes, you may proceed.
Kidule kamo ka rumi o le bona ke sa tsebe ke etse jwang hobane ke lo lokone ka re ne khutla hore ke batlang mo.
Now I sat in that very room together with them, and I didn't know what to do. Now, at that stage, gradually, my mind was now coming back to me, to conscientize me as to what was I doing there. Ngihlale ngalapho nayo. Mangiloko ngilapho ingqondo ngathi manje siyabuya ukuthi ngizokwenzani lapho.
Kinke phone.
I then took the phone.
Ke phone le ko hae.
And then phone called home. Tatake ucingo ngafonela ekhaya.
Who did you call?
Wila fonela mama.
Ke phone tse landline a ke hopola. Ka tlung ha phir.
I cannot recall clearly. I phone called the landline into the Mapiri's house. Angikhumbuli kahle kodwa ke ngathi ngeke ngafonela ucingo nje lo i-landline lena. Hayi umakhalekhikhini. Ngifonela khona laphayana kwaMaphiri.
Ke uphela la tshwara ke ntate Phiri phone.
I remember that Mr. Phiri picked up the call or the phone.
Kam jotsa kare ai nna ke mo spetlele.
I then told him that I'm at the hospital. Ngamtshela ukuthi ngisesibhedlela kwaMaphiri.
And then ba re Senzo asale.
And I further related to him that it was said that Senzo is no more. Ngaphinde ngamtshela lokho ukuthi kuthiwa uSenzo akasekho.
Next tsebo hore tshantse ke tse jwang ho ke do jotsa botho.
I did not know how can I then exit to go and inform Kelly and them.
Ntate Phiri la go nna tshwara hanyane ke bitse ausi wa hao mo phone.
Mr. Phiri then said, just hold on a minute, let me phone call your sister to the phone. Obama Phiri wathi bamba nje kancane. Bethi ngifonele bethi ngibize usisi wakho la azoba mfini.
Ha ke bua le ausmedi phone o la re hona Khumalo tseleng ke dule ka hona ka mo Khumalo ka ka tloa.
No.
O tseleng e transport.
It's fine. You had a conversation with your sister. What happened further?
Kulukile ule wa bana le puisano le ausi wa hao wa etsala ang kamera mono.
Ola re ke eme ka mo ka rumo ke eme le Khumalo o tseleng e transport.
She then said that I should remain in that room.
It's fine. What happened further? What she told you is not admissible.
Okay,
what happened further? What did you do?
I then waited until the arrival of Khumalo.
And who's Khumalo?
That is Ntombi Khumalo, and that is she's the mother to Zandile Khumalo and Kelly Khumalo. Ntombi Khumalo lona umma waga Kelly Khumalo na Zandi Khumalo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ukathola pele.
Ha ba bula mnyako wa casualty mo le teng o banene se ile nako ba ye mi di doctor di emetse ba sa tsebe hore ba etse jwang mme se ile over 15-20 minutes ka ba jotsa hore ba re mo kedi o tseleng e tlang.
Now they opened the door, people were standing there, they didn't know what to do. Khumalo then eventually arrived. Already Dr. Mediator John?
Ante re ka mo ka rumong ke ba jwetse ke re a nna ke tsebe ke tse jwang hobane ba itse Khumalo mo tseleng ke ka kopana konyana.
And while we were still in that room, I said that I don't know what to do now because it was said that Khumalo is on her way. I'm just asking for a short time.
ka re ho nese e engwe ka mora nako ke kopa o bitse hobane ke bone Yolanda e le ene ka rona le matla ka gona hore a breake ditaba tse ho bokheni ka re ke kopa le bitse Yolanda.
Now, I then said to this nurse, given the fact that I had already realized that Yolanda was somebody that was morally strong, better that she is then will be in a better position to can break the news to the to Kelly and them. I then said that they should call Yolanda.
Haba buda mnyako mo kina ko haba ka balo bitsa Yolanda mme wa Kelly a hlaha mnyako.
Now at that time when they opened the door and they wanted to go fetch or wanted to go call Yolanda, that's when Kelly's mother came in. Manje mabaya ke uvuleka lo mnyango yobizwa yena lona ke uYolanda. Vuleka umnyango ufika umama ka Kelly uMakhumalo uyangena ngomnyango.
Baba bitsa ba le babedi ke ba jotsa ke re ke yo mme o lokileng hore aka ba teng kam.
Now they called the both of them and I said to them, this is the relevant person to whom such news can be given or broken to. Manje ngase ngisho kanjalo ke ukuthi nangu-ke umuntu okuyena oqondile okuyena yena ongakwazi ukuthi-ke lezo indaba niyitshele yena.
Referring to who?
Unobuwa Kamanghe.
Kantombi Khumalo.
I was referring to Ntombi Khumalo. Ukuthi-ke ngangikhuluma ngayo uNtombi Khumalo mangithi uyena-ke umuntu oqondile ukuthi ningakwazi-ke ukuthi nikhulume naye kanye nimtshele lezo indaba.
Yes, may I proceed?
Again, baleke hape bo doctor hona mo
baleke prinsa
ntho ke hopolang gore ha kena ka mo ha ba ya straight to the point where ba mo jwetsa hore ha sa de e ka re ba ne ba de ka hape ka re ba mo tsosanyana hape.
Now she walked in. If my memory serves me well, they also put some effort, the resuscitative effort, if I am correct, because they were looking for a way to can try and break the news to her. Manje makangena njalo bazama ke ukuthi bamvuselele ngoba ke essentially odokotela ngoba babezama indlela yokuthi bamtshele lo ukuthi sekwenzakaleni.
Ba ile ba feleletsa ba mjetsitse hore ha ba dikile ka hohle a sa le.
They eventually managed to break the news to her that they tried their best or they tried all. He's no more. Manje bazame konke ke bamtsheli bagcine sebemtshela ukuthi hey bazame konke ebebengakhona ukuthi bakwenze kodwa ke akasekho useshini.
Elare ha hweletsa
mang ha hweletsa
mme wa Khedi Ntombi a hweletsa kulla ha ya hweletsa.
Well, she blasted into a cry. Could say that she wailed. And I'm referring to Kelly's mother. She's the one that wailed. Wakala ememeza kanjalo.
Ke ha utlwa dibale balla ke nana hore ka baka la hore ba utlwa mo bona hweletsa ke ka mo le bona ba tsibileng bala tseba hore mhlomong ho etsalang ka mo ka hare go tswa ha rona he
le bona balla
le bona balla
beseletswa
ga be se re tswa ka mo ka.
When they heard that wailing from the mother, I think that's how That's how it was decoded to them as something unpleasant, and they started crying as well, and we all then evacuated. Manje ma ekhala kanjalo mama base nabo bayakhala ngathi baye bathola ke ngendlela leyo akhale ngakhona kwaba lapho ke sesiphuma sonke.
Kulaba le sephetephete mo le sepetlele haholo gane le di nurse ne di batla go bule di file.
There was some a commotion of some sort there at the hospital, because even the nurses wanted for the files to be opened as well. Ubena leso nje siphithiphithi kanti nabo nurse babefuna ke ngapha ukuthi kubhula ama file.
Ka mo hona le ho thwa po fonela maponesa hona maponesa tlameleng ho tla a tlo iswa mo le ho thu
police have been phone called that the police should then be directed to the scene of the incident where the shooting took place. Ngapha ke kufonela ke amaphoyisa ukuthi amaphoyisa kumele eze azohanjiswa ayisekhona laphayana endaweni yesigameko sokudubula.
ho ke hopolang hape go go fona le nako mo phone ya ka idealla a ke araba motho o ne a return a call e a la receive mo phone ene le ntate Chikotwana.
Now, if I remember well, there is a phone call that I received. It appears the person that was making that phone call onto my phone was returning the initial call that was made from my phone. And then when I picked up the call, it was Mr. Chikotwana who had phone called. Manje ke ngithe kusenjalo ke ngase ngithola ucingo olungena efonini yami. Kanti ke lo muntu befonela ifonini yami kwangathi ke ubephendula uzama ukufonela lo oke wamfonela phambilini esebenzisa yona ifoni yami. Mangiphakamisa ke lo cingo ngase ngiyathola ukuthi ubaba uChikotwana ofonayo.
Hane a phone jwalo mise re khutletse ka woting ye Senzo ane a le ka ho yona de bo khedi kaofela de bo kaofela batho no tsotletse ka mo.
Now, at that stage when that phone call was received, or at the time when he phone called, we had all gone back into the room where Senzo was, and we had all gathered in that same room. Manje ke makungena ke lo cingo sonke sasisi ngaleke khona lapha elokhunjaneni kulelo gumbi la uSenzo ebelele ngakhona sonke sethi sesibuyele khona.
Ke opela Kedi a tsho hore am ka ro mo director hore go kae.
I remember that Kelly, as though Kelly was directing him as to our whereabouts. Ngikhumbula ngazuthi uKelly ube emtaxela ukuthi sikuphi.
Directing who?
Ntate Chikotwana.
Mr. Chikotwana ube qondisa uthwala emtshela ukuthi singakuphi.
Hobane o la fihla ka yona nako eo hona mo.
Because he eventually arrived at that time, and I can see there's a demonstration with a hand signaling more or less at that time. He eventually arrived. Manje uke wafika ke ngazo zona lezo inkathi egcineni lo ubaba uChikotwana.
Kelly na la hapsuka ro batla go tsamaya same night ho ya go habo Senzo.
Kelly was bitterly crying that night, and She said that she wanted to go to Senzo's parental
Yes,
home. That
it's
night.
fine. She was crying. Then what happened further? You may not disclose what she was saying.
Ba la founela maponesa fihla nna ke ile ka tsamaya le Khumalo.
They phone called the police. Upon the arrival of the police, I went together with Khumalo.
Ntombi Khumalo raya.
Ntombi Khumalo. Laya.
Raya habo Khedi Khumalo mo ntho e etsahetseng teng.
We went to Khedi Khumalo's parental house where this incident had taken place.
Just a minute.
Saya ke mina no Ntombi Khumalo makakhedi. Saya karokhedi la isigameko sokuvela.
Sorry, just a minute before you proceed to say, at some point there in the emergency room, they were looking for someone to come to give the details of the deceased.
Wa hopela hore hona mane ka emergency room ba ne ba batla ho fana ka tlhahiso leseding e itseng maelana le yena mofu.
Ke hopola ke ne ke tshwere form eo ke tlatsa empa form eo ha ne ke tlatsa jwalo e ya sepetlele ne ke nka information ya teng ho Khedi hobane a ke mtsebe nna motho o.
I remember taking or finishing some form with information, and that information was provided to me by Kelly because I didn't know all the information which was needed from that form that I should provide.
Did you eventually complete that form?
I'm not
white lots of form.
I ke hopudi ke de kai complete kaofela but ke ka fana ke ntse ke tlatsa.
I don't remember completing that form, even though I was finishing the information on that form. Perhaps partly I finished the information on the form, but I did not, I cannot remember entirely completing that form. Angikhumbuli ke ngigcwalisa ke le form ngaze ngaqeda ukugcwalisa ngayo yonke imininingwane eyayidingeka lapho kuleyo form. Kodwa ngiyakhumbula ke ngingagcwalisa ke lapho.
And how did you and Khumalo leave the hospital?
When I Khumalo la tsama that was one.
Re tlile ka mabaka o re tshwantse re ne re tsamaise maponisa a balare ba ka se. There was something emane ba tlamile ho etsa sepetlele empa bana ba ka se etse before ba thola maponisa fihla mo ho etsahetseng thunyahalo eo.
What led to us leaving the hospital was the fact that there is some information that needed to be investigated or that needed to be collected at the scene of the incident before they can subsequently then finish the hospital with some of the information as well. So we were going to be directing the police to the house where the incident had taken place. Manje ngikhumbula ukuthi ke ukusuka kwethu lapho bekukhona ukuthi sihambise amaphoyisa ngoba kwakhona ke imininingwane ethize yayifuneka khona lapho esibhedlela eyayincike kutheni sicale siye laphayana ke endaweni yesigameko kucala.
Did the police then arrive at the hospital?
Mapolisa ilafihla ku sibhedlele.
Alafihla ka bongata.
Many police officers arrived at the hospital. Amaphoyisa amaningi aye afika khona lapho esibhedlela.
But you and Khumalo, how did you leave the hospital? How did you travel from the hospital?
Gore le tsamaile ka eng ka pole tsamaile jwang ho ya le tloa sepetlele ho ya mone le apeng?
Re tsamaile ka koloi ya maponisa.
We traveled with the police motor vehicle. Sisuke lapho esibhedlela ngemoto yamaphoyisa.
What time did you leave the hospital?
Late really kana komang sibhedlela.
Eksatse banako.
I cannot recall the time. In fact, I no longer know the time. I no longer know the time that we had left the hospital.
a ka hlokomela nako ntate a ka isheba lo isheba nako ka nako ne ke sa shebe nako.
I did not even take notice of the time. During that time, I wasn't checking the time.
Yes.
Manje azange ngisibheke nesikhathi. Ngaleso sikhathi ke bengingaqaphele isikhathi bengingaloku ngibheke isikhathi.
And this vehicle of the police, what type of vehicle was it?
Inelekolo yejwang yamapolisa.
In other words, was it an official vehicle, clearly marked, or what was the position?
If I remember well, it was marked. Mangkumbulage, yai fagwe laoma impawu zamaphoyisa.
Yes. And where were they from?
Ngebatswa Khaya.
Ke sa tsebeng hore maponesa na tswa kae.
I am unsure about where they were coming from. I don't know where the police were coming from.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngazi ukuthi amaphoyisa lawa ke abe kamka kuphi.
Rida ra kena ka kolong eo ya maponesa le Khumalo.
Myself and Khumalo went into that police vehicle. Mina ke no Khumalo sangena leyo moto ya maphoyisa.
Ho fihla ha bokhedi Khumalo mo ya do etsaletseng teng.
Up to the parental house to Khumalo where the shooting incident took place. Ukufika khona laphana khabo Khumalo lapho isigameko sokudubula esenzekele khona.
Ke hopola re kena ka hare ka tlong.
I remember us walking into the house or getting into the house. Kumbula singena endlini.
Ke hopola sale re dutse ka kamoreng he ho tloa mo ho na le nako mo re leng ka tswa re lo batla ke lo ga metsi ka kitchening.
Remember that we spent some reasonable time inside of the bedroom, and further that there was a stage where I walked out of the bedroom into the kitchen to go get some water, scoop some water from the kitchen. Ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi kwakhona nje isikhathi lapho khona nje isikhashana esahlala ngase gumbini lokulala emva kwesikhashana ke aphuma mina ngaya ngase kitchen ngikamanzi.
Ona le mo ona le katiba nyana ke sa hopoleng hore ne tswa kae katiba ya teng e brown nyana ka rena le bo white.
There was a state where I saw some brownish kind of a head that had the combination was brown and white, or whether it was spotted with white, but it was brown and there was some white in it, or a tinge of white. Manje ngikhumbula ukuthi khona isigqoko nje esasi brown nje sinobumhlophe nyana nje.
Where did you see it?
Wile bayibona ka katiba eo.
Aksa hopola hantle but ke hopola ekare Khumalo na o la itshwara re ke katiba ya o mongwe wa bona ena pero ke o mongwe wa bona Ntombi Khumalo.
I do not remember exactly where I saw it, but I remember that Khumalo was holding that head, and she said that here is the head that one of the
just a minute. The head was in the position of Khumalo. Where was Khumalo at that point?
Khumalo na tswere katiba e ona le ka kana go eo.
Aksa ho bona hantle hore ona le kantle kapa ka hare ka tlong.
I cannot remember clearly whether she was outside or inside of the house. Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ube ngaphandle noma ube ngaphakathi endlini.
Yes.
Engwe ya ntse ke di hopolang ke hopolang ka re ke bone ke walking stick.
One of the other items that I recall that I had seen it, it's a walking stick.
Where did you see it?
Will I bona kai?
Ne de ka kitchen.
It was in the kitchen. Enye yezinto engicabanga ukuthi engikhumbula bangathi ngeke ngayibona ngudondolo nyana nje lwase kitchen ngenkathi ngibona.
Yes, where in the kitchen?
Ka kitchen.
pela raka pela mnyako ha ke hopola hantle.
Close to the kitchen unit and also close to the door, if I remember well. Uthi khona lapha eduze nje ne cupboard lase kitchen nomnyango futhi.
Yes.
Ha ke lo khametse.
As I went to go scoop the water,
Ba ntse ba le busy maponisa ntsa checka mo.
the police were busy checking there, investigating there.
Manje
mangihamba mina ke yokha amanzi amaphoyisa beloko ebusy nyana khona lapha beloko echecka lapha.
Una le ntho engwe ke neng ka e bona mo fatshe ke re a se yona ntho ile batlang na.
There is one item that I saw on the floor, and I inquired, isn't this the item that you are actually looking for? Kukhona ke into engingayibona phansi. Ngase ngiyababuza ngithi athi yikho lokho endoko nikufuna na.
Ene le silvanyana je e ka re ke steel nyana ntho teng ha o sheba ka lihlo.
Now it was silverish in color, a steel silverish kind of an object, and I can see that the witness is also demonstrating with her fingers more or less the size of that thing that she identified.
Yes, can you that size? Just put that on record.
Ene se telele ntate ne di nyane nyana je.
It wasn't long. More or less, this is the size that is now demonstrated by the witness. About 2 centimeters from where I'm standing, if I can estimate. Ibingekho yinto lento lena. Ibinganyana nje lento lena. Ngendlela mina ke engiyibona ngakhona ngutoliki njena ngazothi ama centimeter nje amabili.
Where did you see it?
Ene le bona mo ka kitchening.
It was right there in the kitchen on the floor. Ibikhona khona lapho ngase kitchen phansi.
Yes.
Ukathola pele hemme.
Nkile ka khametse ke khutlela hape ka moreng e shebileng monyako.
I scooped the water and went back into the bedroom that was facing in a shebile mnyako.
Enele haufi di kitchen ka mora ya teng.
In a shebile ka kitchen. Enele haufi ka shebile kitchen.
Ene shebile kitchen ka boka kitchen. Ha o kena ke sa rona le ka more pele ho bathroom. That
bedroom was actually facing the kitchen. If I remember clearly, as you just walk into the house, into the kitchen, the first door on your right, and there's a bedroom in there, which was, if I remember clearly, it was facing the kitchen. Lelo camera la le konde ngase kitchen. Ese mangithetha ke ukukhamanzi ngaya kulo lelo camera liseduze. Okanye elalkonde libheke ngase kitchen abanye.
Sale ke ditse ka mo ho fitlela o fitla maponisa mangata.
I sat in there for quite some time until the arrival of many police officers. Ngahlala ke ngakulelo gumbi ke kwaze kwafika amaphoyisa amaningi.
I just want to show you certain photos of Exhibit C.
Once I fell di nepezetse sa karola bopaki di Exhibit C.
Photo 4 of Exhibit C.
Photo
5. Photo 5.
Yes, never said 5 7.
Photo 5. Or photo 6.
Never said 6.
Photo 6.
Never said 6 7.
Can you use that photo to illustrate your evidence?
Ke yona katiba e ke e boneng. Ke yona katiba e ke e boneng.
This is the very head that I saw, and the light is pointing at that head that is depicted or detailing the picture.
Le yona ke yona crash e ke e boneng.
And there's a crutch there that is also being pointed at. This is also the same crutch that I referred to, which I had witnessed in that scene.
Ake bone mo hloko ho etsahalang.
I can't see clearly around that crutch what is happening there.
Mo ho etsahalang.
At that center there, even there, I don't know what is happening there. I can't see clearly what is happening there.
The still object that you referred to, can you just indicate more or less where it was?
What happened? Just come to the screen. No. There's that little steel item over there. I can't see clearly.
Yes.
These are the very items that I had seen there.
Yes, you say lots of police arrived, and what happened further?
Orobile wa fihla maponesa a mangata wa etsahalang ka mora moo.
Ka mora nako ho la ba bane ba dispetlele ba ile ba fihla.
After a while, those that were at the hospital then arrived. Emva kwesikhatshana laba besesibhedlela baphinde bafika.
Ke hopola maponesa a bobedi a fihlileng a mangata.
I remember that these or this big group of police officers that arrived.
One so holoko bane se ba botsa dipotso ba kentse bedroom engwe ba botsa dipotso.
They were already starting to interview them, and they had put them in another bedroom interviewing them.
Interviewing who?
Ba botsa bona dipotso.
Ke hopola ke ile ka bona Longwe.
I remember that I had seen Longwe. Yakhumbula ukuthi ngeke ngabona uLongwe.
Ba re ke Longwe motho wa teng o kileng ka mona bosumbo.
They say this particular person that I had seen that night, it was Longwe.
And then le Tumelo la kabotse.
Tumelo as well was interviewed. Kanye no Tumelo ke wase ubuzwa imibuzo. Longwe no Tumelo babuzwa imibuzo.
They
were interviewed in that very bedroom. Babebuzelwa ngakulelo gumbi lokulala. Leyo bedroom enkuma ngayo.
Ke sa hopoleng ka ba bang. Ke hopole ke bona kana kwe mo a re tswa sepetlele ke hopole ke bona Mthokozisi.
Well, I wouldn't say much about others. I do not remember seeing Mthokozisi at that stage when we were already from the hospital. I do not recall seeing Mthokozisi there. Angikhumbuli ngimbona lo Mthokozisi ngaleso sikhathi sis qhamuka khona le esibhedlela.
Yes, we can see.
Ukathola phela.
Amaponesa ho se ho ba se ba tshentse ba checkile ntho tse ba checkang tse ba ne ba di checka. Then liba ba maponesa mangata tsamaidi bo khedi bala tsamaya ba re ha ba roba le montlong ko tsamaya rona le rona montlong.
Now, after this group of police officers that had inspected the area, and as well as the big group of these police officers had left, Kelly and them also left. They said that they are not going to be sleeping over in that house. And then that is when we also left the house. Remember ukuthi ke lamaphoyisa ke bekhona uzohlola leyo ndawo ke asehambile nalawa ke amaningi eze kuyisitulo nje samaphoyisa siwahambile. Abokheli ke basebethi bona bayahamba. Nathi ke sasisithi ngoba bathi bona ngeke bakwazi ukuyolala lapho kuleyo ndlu. Nathi sasisithi ke hayi nathi siyahamba. Sasiyahamba.
Yes.
That's
when we left and went home. And the following day,
after 12.
Now, if I remember well, upon arrival at home, it was already after 12 of the morning. Mangikhumbula kahle ke bese sekushayeke u12 o'clock bese sikuntathakusa. The police arrived at home in the morning. They said that they have come to fetch me so that I can finish them with a statement at Foslores. Manje ke base bangitshela lokho ke ukuthi bazongilanda kanjalo ukuthi ngiyo phana ke nge-statement sami khona laphana Foslores.
Yes.
I eventually went there to Foslores. I was interviewed and I replied the way that I could reply. Ngaya ke khona lapho ngabuza imibuzo ngaphendula ngendlela engiphendula ngakhona.
Was a statement then taken from you?
Statement to wena. Yes, statement was taken from me. Statement vele basthatha.
Was it the only statement that you made?
Key statement silising fela senu sewile ngwasinza mo.
Che.
No.
Yes.
Akusona sodwa leso statement engasenza emaphoyiseni. Yeah.
Oh, laba lisesing happen ki interview ake. Senemi ki buthelezi.
Kena now interview.
Kena na nka statement ko Don Park sabobedi.
Okay, Don Park
Police Station.
Yeah, the second statement was finished to the SAPS official called Buthelezi. That was done at the Don Park Police Station. This is now the second statement that I am referring to. Statement lesesibini sanikezwa yena ke lona obizwa ngoButhelezi khona laphana police station yase Don Park.
More or less, when was that?
In Kabona Komangchena.
When was that? Which year?
In Kabo Ning. Slimo Sefin.
Aksa hopola selem but ineli ka mora dilemo ntwe statements out qala sing.
Well, I cannot recall the year. It could have been after some time, after the first statement was finished. It was actually after some years, after the first statement was made. Bengaba mhlambe emva kweminyaka ngisakhumbula kahle eba ukuthi ke ngiphane nge-statement somdala.
Now, ma'am, if we can just briefly return to the time when you and Yolanda Nota were in the vehicle.
Yolanda Nota understand? Yebo ngiyazwisisa ukuthi uyela nje kamuva kancane lapho mina no Yolanda bese motweni.
You mentioned that first there was a shot rang off and a person ran past, and you described the person. You mentioned that the second shot rang off and two persons ran past towards the park. Are you able to describe those two persons?
Well, popular we did about any hore situnya sala sa khabula la pele ba le motho a fetang a matha salla kgetlo la bedi bile le motho batho ba babedi ba leng ba feta ba matha mo o santsaneng o hopola o ka kgona go fana ka setshwantsho sa bona batho ba
Yo pola o wa o kana o na le mosesanenyana but a se motelele a le mokhutswane.
Now, I remember the very first person that ran past was not tall, he was short, also with a leaner physique or a slimmer physique. Lo mnye wokuqala wandlula lapho ube mfishanyana nje ube ngekho mude futhi ubethe ukuzapha naye ngomzimba.
Is there the person who ran past alone?
That very first one who ran past alone.
Yes, and the other two?
Bana bababedi babang.
Wabubedi une akimhopola ana le una le mahareng una sena mmele una se stola ale mahareng fela ba una ntse una na di dreadlocks
ubana bababedi. Of the two, one of them was not big in terms of the physique. He was neither lean as well. Ornale joang kabotelele. He was of an average height, and I remember that he had dreadlocks. Manje lo nomunyeke ube ngekho mude bese maphakathi nje ngobude kanti futhi ke ube ngazacile futhi engekho sidudla uye lona ke obefake ama okanye obe nama dreadlocks.
Are you able to describe those dreadlocks?
Wa khona ho re hlalosetsa tsona di dreadlocks tseno?
Ho re ke di dreadlocks so when hana mat ne di onobona mo mirering dinedi but ubane ba fitile ka everything happened so quick nka se chore ine di tsetinya ka ba tse putswa tse jwang but no bona hore tse ke di dreadlocks ha a matha monga tsona.
Well, what makes me say that those were the dreadlocks were that as this particular person was running, they were sort of frequently flung into the air, and the witness is now trying to demonstrate with her hand as to how the dreadlocks were flung into the air as he was running. And this running was quick, so I couldn't take a very attentive look as to the very structure of those dreadlocks.
Yes.
Unzule kichima kanjalo lezo inelo beziloko zenza kanjena ke yikhona lokho okwangenza ukuthi ngisho ukuthi no ube nama dreadlocks futhi angikho assessment sokuthi ngaqaqisa ke ukuthi kuba ama dreadlocks anjani ngoba ke lokho kwenzeke nje ngokusheshsha.
And the second person
moto wa bobedi akere bababedi utata o bua ka wa pele
ufitile jwale ba bobedi yo wa di dreadlocks aba siane hole le o na le mmelenyana mo tenya ona kentse ntshwena ikentse inena le katiba jentat ka mo kamera ho dinyana.
Now this other one was slightly bigger in physique, but they did not outrun each other. They almost ran side by side, even though there was with the demonstration of the fingers of the witness that there was one that was a little in front of the other, and that very one with that bigger physique had a hoodie on his head. Lo mlisake omunye wesibili obehamba naloyana ke wama dreadlocks ubefake ke iloko njani ihoodie la ekhanda lo ngathi-ke ubecishe abe nomzimbanyana nje.
Le ka height na le motelelenyana go ba compared to ba babedi ba ntse ke bile ka bona.
And with the height as well, he was taller. He was taller than the other two that I've already referred to. Manje nakubude ube mude ukudlula lababili esengikhulume ngabo.
Yes. Any other description you can give?
There isn't any other description that I can give. Abukho omunye or enye incazelo esinye isithombe engaphana ngaso esimayelana-ke nalabalisa.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Any questions, sir? Thank you, my lord. My lord, I see it's 10 to perhaps you can put agenda and come back at 10 to 2. Or 2, Mr. Banui says 2 o'clock.
What's that?
Mr. Banui says we can resume at 2.
2 o'clock. Okay, fine.
uNkulunkulu unama-plans. I-life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo? Although it was a cover up.
There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people...
Wow. This is very interesting story that is now coming up. Majority are saying, Ngcatshe, mwana oli shanu. N1. Yeah, Kilishanu. If you check clearly, you discover that the lies will not end up. But we don't know the truth now. But with this information that is coming in, it's much confusing. Rather, it's much disturbing because look at it now. The lady said that the hate was found inside the house. The hate was found inside the house. The hate was inside the house. And then when they were running away, they ran away with a hat and a hoodie. It's much confusing now. It's very much confusing. I don't know what's your take over that. We are just trying to get to an understanding of what really happened. Engers is saying brown envelope. It is confusing. Brown envelope, which means somebody has been paid. Zene is saying she didn't see anyone running. She heard Zandile narrating the story. Yeah, it's much confusing. The thing that we also want to highlight is when they went to the hospital, I don't know, maybe it's me, but Yene say you cannot fill in certain forms if you are not related to the person. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know what's your take on that, but I strongly actually disagree with that she's the one who was now filling in the forms. On what capacity? I don't know. It's just something that I'm just... Nakisani is saying, claiming to have seen people running away. That's the part she was coached. She's lying now. So you can actually see now that many things that we are gathering, the information which we are gathering here, it's not adding up. It's actually confusing. Tuli is saying the truth always has a way of coming out. Yeah. Dina is saying, but you, Zandile, said they didn't allow them to the ward until the mother forced herself in, but this one said the opposite. Exactly. That's what we want to also debate on or actually discuss upon the issue at the hospital, that she said that she was the one also talking to the doctors, and she's the one who came with the news, but she was failing to break the news until the mother came. This is interesting, but we are just yeah, like what you said, Skosana, the Zandile story is slightly different from what she actually put in here. Oh yes, we are not sure now. After the break, I'm sure she will be grilled enough after the break. I think there will be too much grilling there. There is a comment which I saw Nakisani made a comment to say the defense attorneys should punch holes on this witness. She can release vital information on their side, and that's very true, because there is much information that this one has. There is much information that she can actually bring forth. Temba is saying good news. We were looking for him, Ntate Chico Twala. Now, on this particular version, it's now different, because this lady is saying that Chico Twala phoned and was also asking for direction. Chico Twala phoned and was asking for direction where they were. But we did not hear if Chico Twala arrived at that destination. Was Chico Twala there? She didn't actually shed more light, because she said she later on left with Khumalo. So this is interesting. Nkosiyazi was asking Bebe Kupi, Olongwe and Mtokozi at this time, all what you are saying, especially Mtokozi, as a person who was a close friend. So it's something that is interesting. Where was Longwe? Where was Mtokozi? Very confusing. She did not mention many of those people. I'm more interested with the call of Ntate Chico Twala. That's something else, which means Ntate Chico Twala will end up be called also to come in and testify. Definitely, I think it's heading that direction, that Ntate Chico Twala is going to come in and also testify. Definitely, he will testify. This is interesting. This is interesting. This is interesting. This is very much interesting. I'm not sure how this is going to add up. I don't know what's your view and what's your take over all this that is actually transpiring. I don't know what's your take over this. Please share your comments, and let's actually see what's your view over this story as we are unpacking different versions which are coming in right now. So let's meet after the break. They said we'll be back at 2 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. So we will come back after the break, and let's see how everything is going to unfold. But they are very interesting pointers that this lady mentioned. They are very interesting pointers which she mentioned in all this. This is very interesting. So let's just see after the break, and we know that we will get more clarity on what she has been saying, because we have too many questions that we need answers. We all have too many questions. We all have too many questions which are not even answered clearly. Everyone has got their own questions. I have my questions. You have your questions. But I just think that when the advocates are coming in, they will actually ask the similar questions that we are also asking, and then we get more clarity there. So let's just wait and see at 2, an hour from now, what is going to take place, and definitely we'll know what is the next step. This is our third witness who has come on. It's our third witness. All right, let's meet again at 2. Let's meet again at 2. The stream will be running. We'll meet again at 2.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up. There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation. Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
The
so
court of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
uNkulunkulu unama-plans i-life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up. There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation. Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
The
so
court of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
uNkulunkulu unama-plans i-life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up. There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation. Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
The
so
court of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
uNkulunkulu unama-plans. I-life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
Although it was a cover up.
There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
Yes, they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth.
We are about to come back to the court session. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. I see there was a discussion which was already going on our comment section. There was some discussion that were going on. Dinas Kosane also sent a message because there is something that she spoke about the word, and Naledi responded. She said, she clearly said there was a commotion and everybody was in the ward after Senzo died. It's all about the hospital drama that took place at the hospital. Naledi Khama is saying she could be lying because those thugs must have left the house even before Zandi went to her house to tell them that Senzo was shot. She's lying. She didn't see them. That's the view that Naledi Khama is actually giving right now. That most probably that this lady in Tabiseng might not have seen these intruders, or the intruders were not even there in the first place. Naledi also saying that this judge is beginning to sound like he is Zandile's lawyer. Every time he opens his mouth, he defends Zandile. Yeah, I've seen it also, but yeah, I've seen it also. I have that same sentiment as well. When he was actually raising up some interesting questions, there were some things that he was actually talking about there at that particular time, and it made me to wonder which side of the fence is he. Yeah, even Zene is saying true, because it's a bit confusing. As a judge, you have to be neutral. I don't know what is going to take place now in this afternoon session, yeah, because people are now coming back to the court. We are waiting for the judge to come in, but people are already ready. They are in the court. People are ready in the court. There are many things that we have seen so far. There are many things that we have actually seen in this story so far. Somebody said that God is the only witness and the final judge. That is Tabiseng Ketu Sibaukulu. So we will see that at the end of the day, the Lord is the one who knows exactly what took place, because no one is actually giving us a clear answer here. So we are just waiting to see, because very soon we'll be entering into the second phase of the story of the drama as it unfolds, because more and more things are going to be opened up, because these advocates, I'm sure they were ready. They are ready for this Tabiseng. I can't wait to hear what they're going to say. Most probably they will continue definitely with tomorrow. Definitely they will not actually finish it up today with I know it will be continued tomorrow definitely, but today I know that they will interrogate it. There are very interesting things that we need actually to find out in the whole incident, because there are too many things that are not adding up that we really want to see answers coming in. There are many things that we want to see coming up or being spoken about in this whole thing. Yes, let's just see how it's going to unfold. My question earlier was that how did she manage to sign the documents or fill in the documents at the hospital if she's not related? Is it possible, people? Is it possible? Maybe I'm wrong, but is it possible for somebody that is not related to you to sign important documents at a hospital? Is it something that is possible? Is it possible? Because I might not know about that, but please advise. Is it possible that someone can actually do that? Can go to the hospital and sign in some important documents, my documents, or maybe on behalf of someone that they are not related to. So I'm not sure, but let's hear from you people. What do you say? And yeah, let's just hear what can you say about that, because I normally believe that the documents at the hospital are signed by somebody who is related to the individual, and not a neighbor, not somebody from the street, because this lady is just a neighbor, and she's now busy signing up some documents there. That's interesting. That's very, very much interesting. So I don't know, is it possible that one can actually do that? Can one sign documents at a hospital? Can somebody sign documents at a hospital if one is not related to an individual? I don't know. Is it possible? If there is anyone who can actually tell me on that in that regard, what is the normal procedure? If you go to a hospital, what is the normal procedure? Do you sign documents if you are not related to an individual that is in hospital? I don't know. Let's just see here. I was asking people. Show results in the video. Let's see. I was asking people. So far, we have seen that 42% have actually said that this lady's story is not what do you call it? They say this story is confusing. 62% have actually said that the story is confusing, and 38% of you say that it is clear. So we can see that 62% of the people are actually seeing this as confusing. They are seeing it as confusing, and only 32 are actually saying it is clear. So we don't know now what to take and what to believe in. Those are the results of your poll. It's showing clearly there that those who are saying this is confusing, it's 63%. Those who are saying it's clear, it's 37%. I don't know what's your take on it. I really don't know what's your take on it. We are still waiting right now for the session to continue. We are waiting for the session to continue once again, so that we can hear what is actually going to be spoken about. What is it that they are going to talk about? We are just waiting. We are just waiting. So those are the results that we can see that have actually come in our own analysis that we were having. This was our own analysis that we were having. Most of the people are actually saying it's confusing. Looking at the testimony of yesterday, the one of yesterday, the other neighbor was actually testifying yesterday, you can actually see that the events that he was talking about is totally different. There's a point where they can link, but there's a point where there's a total discrepancy. There's something that is not adding up. Something is not adding up. The one of yesterday said something and we heard him, and then today this lady comes in, is saying something else. Which version is true between these two? Which version is believable between these two? Which version can we hold on to between the two versions that we have actually heard so far? Which version can we actually say we can actually work with this version? I'm not sure. Between the two, which one can we say this is exactly what we can deal with? So 51 of you voted saying it's confusing. 51 of you. So between the two, the one of yesterday and the one of today, which one can we say it's actually close to what we are assuming on our side? I can say assuming because no one knows what really took place except the people that were there. I remember someone was even saying that there was no intruder that came out, but there was a commotion inside the house. This was our own speculation. It was our own way of seeing things, because apparently this lady's version is saying the hate of one of the people that were entered into that place fell down, and as they were leaving, she noticed that they were wearing something like a hat on, which is covering the head. So it's interesting now that if they were wearing a hat and it fell, and Zandile spoke about a hoodie, that a hoodie's head, it cannot fall off. A hoodie's head is stuck to the hoodie itself. So yeah, interesting. So the head fell. I don't know, was it a beanie or whatever it was, but there's a head that fell. Was it a cap or something? I think it was a cap. According to what I've realized, it's a head. It's a head. The head fell and was found inside the house, and she just said that. So now when the intruders were running away, they were with the head. That's what she said. Ntabi saying, I don't know what is happening with Ntabi saying. Maybe it's now because it's now years after the incident. Maybe she's forgetting some details. I don't know. I don't know what's your take over this. I don't know what is your observation so far. As far as we are here now, from Sandile's issue, Ngcatshe's issue, and now Ntabiseng's issue. These are the neighbors and Zandile. The three of them have given their side of the story. So now we are just waiting for the judge to come in, and we can proceed with the trial. And so I don't know what you can say. Because that's what I've observed so far. So let's just wait a bit. I'm sure they are going to resume anytime from now, because I can see there are preparations which are being made, and they will resume anytime from now. So if they resume anytime from now, yeah, we will actually take it up from there. Those who have watched this on Netflix, those who have watched the murder trial on Netflix, you see also a different line of witnesses with different versions, which are totally somehow different with the ones that we are hearing now. The one on Netflix, it's a bit clear. There's no much confusing things. It's like it's more clear. It's more clear. And I got information that Netflix even paid a lot of money. According to speculation, it's like it paid 22 million for Zandile and Khumalo. I don't know how true it is, but I heard that they were paid almost 22 million. The one that I know was also paid, I think it was in Police. There was someone also was also paid by Netflix. Someone was also paid by Netflix, and yeah. So let's just see how it will actually unfold, because we are here just to see. Yes, if those guys did it, let's see. If those guys did not do it, let's just see, because at the end of the day, the truth will always come out. The truth will always come out. But if you are a group of people that are contradicting one another with your statement, it becomes confusing, because at the end of the day, what we just want to see is justice being served, because this trial has been dragging for a long time, and we really want to see justice being served. So let's just wait and see. I'll just hold on and see what is going to take place. All right, let's just wait for the proceedings to take place. Thank you. Thank you.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo? There was a cover up.
There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
The
so
courts of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
Nkulunkulu nama-plans. I-life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo? There was a cover up.
There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare
Witness reminded of the oath, my lord.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. May I proceed?
Yes.
Now, good afternoon, Ms. Mukiki.
What do you son? What do you something? Reciprocated.
Now, let's get this clear. From your vantage point, as you see the people running, you are seated in the backseat of your friend's car behind, correct?
Dutse ka mone ka morao student sa koloi ya mokgotsi wa hao. Ke nnete?
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Wetiniso. Benhleli ngasemuva, lesihlalo singasemuva, kule moto lena yomngani wami.
And you say the first man that you see running past the car happens so after you hear a loud bang, correct?
Ore motho ona mmona a feta a matha wa pele. Mmona a feta a matha ka mora go ba o utlwe sethunya se gabolo. Ka tla pele.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yebo kwethenso lokho. Lo mlisa wokuqala engimbone endlule egijima laphana. Ngimbone endlule egijima kanjalo emva kokuthi sekhuluma isibhamu okokuqala.
And this first man or person that you see running is running away with his back from you, correct?
I guess.
He's facing away from you as he runs.
Manje ke uma egijima kanjalo tshwarelo monna ona ha matha tjena uma thatjena elo hore mokokotlo wa hae o furalletse o jwalo.
Ho jwalo.
It is indeed so.
And your further testimony is that he is running very fast towards the park, correct?
Le hore o ne a matha ka lebelo le hodimo a matha a ya parking. Ke nnete?
Ho jwalo.
It is indeed so. Yebo kuyitiniso lokho. Shuthi ke uma egijima kanjalo umhlane ube bhekene nami kanti ke okanye ube qonde ngakimi. Uthi ke ugijima kanjalo ubheke kule ya park.
Now, what was lighting like or illumination like in the streets at the time at around 8 o'clock or at past 8 as you testified?
Ke ka go bonahala khanya ene le jwang kana go eno ha o lo se le gore nako ene ka ba ka bo 8 ya bosigo. Would say that it wasn't that dark. Ngasho ngithi kwakungekho mnyama kakhulu.
What I need to find out is were the street lights on at the time?
Nchekile ka ngifumana gore ebe go nona le mabono mono a strateng aneng a gantsitse king ene etsa gore go khanye mo.
Kesare di Apollo ne di le on.
I think the Apollo lights were on. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ama Apollo abe cancel lapho.
And by Apollo you mean this tall cast light that is placed in the township separately from each other at some distance from each other.
Apollo that is correct. Apollo kanye lawo malayithi ke athe ukuphakama kakhulu la wathola khona la emalokishi engizothola lapha yana ngithola lapha yana ma-Apollo elawo.
Now relative to Mzamo section and in particular Kutlwanong Street, where was the Apollo situated?
In a local Apollo a holo shebile Kutlwanong Street hona mano Mzamo.
Mfeko hai ka Kutlwanong Street monto ya ko ha ileng ko teng ha hona Apollo mo empa ka Khanya yona iteng hona mo ke sa tsebeng ha ibe ke Apollo e hobane e telele e reflectelang le di strateng tse ding a ke tsebe o ke di lights maybe tse tswang metseng e mo haufinyana a ke tsebe.
Now, along Khumalo Street, that is where my place of residence is, there isn't any Apollo light. However, there was some luminaire which one could not perhaps identify. I would think that it could have been an Apollo light that was illuminating that vicinity, even though it was not in the same street, or it could have been the lights perhaps that were mounted on the houses within the same street there. I am uncertain about it. Manje ngase Khumalo Street ke khona lapho kuleso sala ngihlala khona ngasho ukuthi iApollo ikho ngala kodwa ke bakhona ukukhanya nje wangathi ke ukukhanya okukhanyisa khona leyo ndawo yase leso saseKhumalo mhlambe kwakuyiyo leyo Apollo kanti ke okunye nganokwenzeka ukuthi kukhona amanye amalampi abese indlini mhlambe abenza ukuthi ke leyo ndawo ikhanya.
Now, in her evidence, Zandile Khumalo testified about a spaza shop nearby. Do you know about that spaza shop?
Zandile wela bua ka upagimba hayo la bua ka spaza shop sene sene haufinya na hana mono. Ngabe watseba ka sona spaza shop sene?
Di spaza shop sitting ka Khumalo Street.
There is a tuck shop or a spaza shop in that Khumalo Street. Yeah, but a tuck shop ikona kona lapo ngakleso strato se Khumalo.
Now, since this was a Sunday evening around 8 p.m., were there still people milling around on Khumalo Street?
Jwalo ka ha re tseba gore ene le Sontaga e le bosibu ebe no hona le batho ba nentse ba tsamatsamaya hona mo strateng sa Khumalo.
Hono se busy strateng aka phea hloko aka nkela hloko hore spaza nona le batho na kapa empa no sna batho ba fetang mo koloing la koloi ene ke dutse ho yona.
It wasn't busy in that street. There weren't many people that were walking past or that were just frequenting this the spot where the vehicle was parked at. And I also didn't pay that much of the attention as far as the tuck shop is concerned, whether many people at the tuck shop or how about the tuck shop.
Aka hlokomela tuck shop ba ne ke ka koloing ke na le motswalle wa ka fela.
Okay. Yes, I didn't pay that much of the attention at the tuck shop because I was inside of the vehicle with my friend to get bengekho busy kangako. Bengekho abantu abaningi behamba nje eduze nala imoto ebepake khona. Kanti ke i-tuck shop okanye i-spaza shop azange ngibeke amehlo wami kuso kangako ngoba phela ke bengasemotweni nomngani wami.
Now, your further testimony is that after a few seconds, you then heard the second loud bang, correct?
Bo paking ba ha ntse o tswela pele ka bona ke gore camera metsotso e mmalwa wa utlwa sethunya se gabola kgetlo la bobedi be ke nnete.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yebo embe komsuzwana embalwa bese ngizwa ke ukuchuma kwesibhamu futhi ke sasesithuma okwesibili.
Roughly, after how many seconds did you hear the second bang, between the first bang and the second bang?
Bela ba camera metsotso e mekae o tloa ho kgetlo la pele ha sethunya se ne se gabola.
Ake khono ho ho bolela hantle hore ka mora nako e kakang empa ke ka mora metsotsonyana fela ka mora sa pele se ile sa salla se sa bobedi le sona se ile sa latela ka bo haufinyana se ke se utlwela haufinyana le mo ke dutseng teng nka se kgone, but it was, if I can say 30 minutes ngata mhlomong boma 15 a ke se phoso
se gabotse kgetlo la pele ba feta metsotso e ka bang 15 kapo metsotswana e leng di second metsotso e ka bang 15 mohlomong
it nearly after metsotso
e ka bang 15
e ka bang boma 10 15 a ke sa hopola hantle.
It wasn't necessarily after a few seconds. It was after some minutes. The first bang was heard, and then about 10 to 15 minutes passed. Then there was the second bang. So it wasn't necessarily, I am unsure though, it could have been between 10 to 15 minutes interval between the first and the second shot. Manje usho kanjalo ke bengikhona ke imizuzwane yandlula emva kokuthi kube nokuxhuma kwesibhamu okuqala kundlule imizuzu ngahlamsela mhlambe ngithi khona laphana imizuzu engaba ewu10 ukuya kwimizuzu ewu15 saseke isibhamu siqhuma okwesibili.
Now, your further testimony is that when this second bang went off, you then saw two other men running past the car, headed also in the direction of the park, correct?
Yeah, but kamera ho ba hotle situnya sena se khabole kgetlo la bedi o bona batho ba babedi ba feta ba matha banna ba babedi ba feta ba matha. It is indeed so. Yeah, but waiting so local.
And finally, after those two other men had passed, then towards the park, you then had a third shot, correct?
Hase ba fitile ba matha ba ya ba shebile parking kwana kya utlwa situnya se khabula kgetlo la boraro. It is so. Tiebo masibandluleke sebe yabebheke khona lapha beqonde eparkini lamadoda amabini ngase ngizwa ke isibhamu siphinde siqhuma okwesithathu manje.
Now, after the third bang, did you see any persons running towards the park?
Kamera khetlo la boraro situnya silile. Kamora kgetlo la boraro situnya silile. Ebe hona le motho mong hape o le mmona a feta a matha. No. Akekho ke omunye umuntu engengambona emva kokuthi ke isibhamu siqhume okwesithathu. Akekho omunye ke engengambona edlula egijima.
Now, what was the time lapse, the difference in time that lapsed between the second and the third shots?
Onkile na kwekae otloa kgetlong la bobedi sethunya se kgabola o fihla kgetlong la boraro ha se kgabola ebile na kwekae mo
ne di sa siane hole akana ne nka tshoro mhlomong ka mora metsotswana ka mora di seconds nka tsho
ka mora di seconds. The interval was even shorter. I can estimate that it was seconds after a few seconds. Manje leso skhathi phakathi kokuqhuma kwesibini nokuqhuma kwesithathu kwaba isikhashana esincanyana lapho ke sesikhuluma ngemizuzwana embalwa.
Now, I want to put some propositions to you, and I'll seek your comment thereon, if you can comment at all.
Ona le ditlhaiso tse ke tlo di beyang ho wena mme ke tla hloka gore mohlomong o be le o itseng e leng hore o wa ho bua mabapi le seo a be o wa kgona ya utlwahala ke I understand.
My first proposition to you is that the 3 males that you had after the first and the second shots went off may not be connected to each other or may not even know each other.
The 3 men that she had.
Yes, the 3 males. The first one
that she had.
That she saw. Sorry. The ones that you saw may not be connected to each other or may not know each other.
Bana ba bararo ba ileng wa bona re la feta wa pele wa ha feta ba babedi ke batho ba leng hore ha ba amane ka mpone o beng wa ba bona ka teng
ke sa tsebeng.
I am unsure about that. Manje anginaso-ke isiqiniseko sokuthi laba bantu abathathu njengoba uqala wandlula egijima kwase kulandela ababili bandlula begijima angeke ngisho ukuthi mfana baqinile anginaso isiqiniseko salokho.
Secondly, the 2 men, like you testified that people were running around having had the shots, may also have been running for their safety.
Sabubedi kuri batho bana babedi ba neng ba matha ne ka be ba matha tsena le bona ba matha hore ba fumane tshireletsego jalo ka ha o ile wa hlalosa le wena hore ho na le batho ba neng ba matha ka ba phasalla ka re ba batla fumana tshireletsego.
As a quick question, I know we've allowed the first question, but these are matters for argument. I don't know if this witness can really assist in this regard.
I don't know if it's very clear. We saw 3 men. Initially, the first gentleman who was a bit slimmer, running fast. That's the side of the park. And subsequently, saw 2 men. One with dreadlocks, one with a hoodie. That's a clear evidence. If you want to relate it to time and suppositions and speculations, fine.
No, let's leave that for argument for the sake of brevity. Now, the 3 men that you saw running past the car, did you look at their faces?
The 3 men. The 3 men. Counsel, the 3 men.
Yes, the 3.
Jwale bana ba bararo ba ile ngwa bona ba feta ba matha pela ko le yone le ka haro yona. Ile wa khona go bona di fahlego tsa bona.
Che.
I couldn't see their faces. Azange ngibabone ebusweni futhi la madoda amathathu andlule egijima khona lapha kule moto enganguyo.
And if I may ask you, did you see where the 3 men came running from?
Anka ubotsa ibe wile wa bona gore banna ba tsule ba matha ba tswa kae. Tulo itshetileng. Not at all. Not at all. Kutika azange ngibone ukuthi la madoda abe ethanga kuphi njengoba abegijima kanjalo.
And do you know why they were running?
Wa tseba gore baneng ba ne ba matha?
Che, ke tsebo bane ba matha.
No, I don't know why they were running. Angazi ukuthi babe gijimelane.
And as the 3 men are running, the first one, let's start with him. Did you see where he ended up, the direction he took towards the park? Where did he go? Into the park or somewhere else?
Aba feta ba matha jwalo bana. A holo ona wa pele. Re ila mona hore o ila fella a le kae. Jwalo ka hana matha shebile parking je. Hore o ila ken parking kapo o ila fitla haufi le parking kapo o ila fella ka.
Kam khona matha ka teng ona ya o ha o fitla pele man ya splitter tsela eje then ke park e kaofela. ke feleleditse a mathela hona mo tlase ke sa tsebeng hore teng ha ya ka o left a ke tsebe hore o kene ka parking kapa o kene ka ho right.
Now, just towards the park, the road then forks at the park there, and or the street just forks at the park. What I am certain of is that that person did not run to his left, but I would think that he may have run into the park or may have taken the right-hand side.
And
lendo ngobe igijima kanjena abe lapha yana ke ngalo mgaqo wena ngaleso strato khona ke ilokho njalo ipark kanjalo leso strato siyahlukana engwaziyo ke lo mlisa azange akathathe esesine kunokwenzeka ukuthi mhlambe uye wathatha okanye wangena ngaphakathi kwaleyo park okanye wathathe sokudla.
And did you observe the clothing worn by the first man?
We lewa kono hlokomela diaparo tse neng di apere ke monna wa pele. I did not. Tika azange ngibone ukuthi lo mlisa wokuqala ubegqoke kanjani.
And the clothing worn by the second man that you observed?
Jwale diaparo tsa motho wa bobedi o ileng wa mo hlokomela o ile wa kgona go di bona tsona?
Che a ka di hlokomela ke hlokometse wa boraro.
No, I did not. I only was able to observe the third one's clothing or how he was clad. Manje nalo wesibini impahla zakhe ingubo abengigqokile azange kwazi ukuthi ngiqaphele kangako. Ilona owesithathu engikwazile ukuthi ngiqaphele ukuthi uyegqoke kanjani.
Now your testimony is that having observed what you saw on the 26th of October 2014, you were then called to Vosloorus police station to come and make a statement, correct?
Kamera go ba o bone ka bo bepaki ya se tsahetseng ka 26 October 2014 ya ba wa bitswa police station ya Vosloorus. It is so. Yeah, but wait, so and ba wothi ke ngwazi ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani ke 26 October 2014 ngase ngibizelwa ke police station yase Vosloorus.
There and then, on the 27th of October 2014, when you were interviewed by the police in respect of making the statement and what you put on that statement, did you give a physical description, facial description, and or clothing description of the three men that you saw the previous night?
Kari 27th October 2014, I'll be to a police station in here. Namani Vosloorus o maponesa au bitachena elo hore o tshwantse jwale o fane ka tlhalosetso jwalo ka ho fana ka statement ya bona bana ba shebana jwang ba pere jwang jwalo.
Ntho ke hopolang kore ke fana ka statement ke fane how botswa dipotso o tlo araba ka mkho o tlo araba ho ya ka mkho o botswang dipotso ka teng.
Now one thing that I would wish to emphasize now is that whenever you are interviewed or questions are posed to you, you are going to be answering based on those questions or the lineup of questions which they are having will then guide you as to how you should answer or provide information to them. Manje engwaziyo nje mina ukuthi uma ke ubuzwa imibuzo uyakwazi ukuthi uphendule okanye uphane ngalolu lwazi abalufunayo. kuncike ekutheni babuza miphi imibuzo.
Now you testified that after hearing the third shot, you then heard Zandi screaming, and by then she was still in her yard, closer to the precast hall, screaming at you to say, Ntabiseng, call the ambulance, correct?
Utsho jwalo gore o ile wa utlwa Zandi a o hweletsa jwalo ka morago ba sethunya se gabolele lekgetlo la boraro a eme hona mane stop nonsense sa lapeng habo are o thusetse mono can you just quote what did she say again?
Call the ambulance.
Are bitsa ambulance.
Hoja.
That is indeed so. Yebo kunjalo. Emva ukuthi isibhamu sithume okwesithathu ngase ke ngizwa lona ke ememeza uZandi eme khona lapha yana ke stop nonsense sakubo athi Ntabiseng biza i-ambulance.
Now Zandile Khumalo has testified in this court, and in particular relating to that aspect of your testimony, and I'm going to put her version that she put regarding that to you now.
Zandile o ile a fana ka bopaki ba hae potleng la dinyewe mona. He tlo e beya go wena kapo ke tlo hlalosetsa kapo o tswela pele ka tlhatlhobo ena ya bopaki ba hao ke sebedisa bona bopaki bona bono ba Zandi. Ya utlwana? I understand.
Now, her testimony with regard to that aspect is the following: that she was unable to call or dial 10-111 or the police.
Oriana, bopaki ba hae wila soleya gore founele 10-111 ka mapolisa.
I ke tsebe yena o la etsahalang saiteng la hae empa ena ke hopolang kore o hweleditse sa le ka jareteng pele a tla tswa ka heke ya habo a mathela koloing ene ke ditso yona.
Now I wouldn't know what was happening with her. What I know is that she screamed at me she loudly called me while she was still in the yard of her place of residence, before she could even come to the vehicle. But lokho ke engikwaziyo mina ukuthi ke ngaphela ke lokho akushoyo akusikhona enginesiqiniseko sakho ukuthi uye wangimemeza lapha yana ku angokuba mhlambe ezofika khona la emotweni.
She testified further that when she then decided to go outside to look for help, and she decided to go to Mapiri's house.
Yaba Ngcatshe ya gore a tsole ka ntle a lo batlana le thuso me khabareng a fitla ha Mapiri aya ha Mapiri.
Eke tsebantat Zandi a tswa hekeng ya hapo o mathi o hweleditsa le ka hare a re ke founele ambulance. Senzo o thuntse ke ha tsho a tla matha jwalo o tla matha a tswa ka heke a mathela koloing.
Now what I am certain of is she called out loud and said that I should call the ambulance whilst running towards the vehicle. That is what I am sure. Tike mina ngikwaziyo nje ukuthi uZandi kube kubo engimemeza kanjalo egijima eza emotweni ethi mangifonele i-ambulance. Can I just proceed further?
Ki kene le yena 13439 ha Mapiri ke matha le ena re matha mmogo ke tshwese ke nkile ngwana ke matha le ena re kena ka jareteng re di two.
Now, I got into the premises of the Mapiris, 13349, running together with her. And during that time, I was carrying a baby. So the two of us ran into the Mapiris house. Manje ke ngingene lapho kaMapiri. So babini sigijima singena lelo teke la kaMapiri. Mina ke ngangivele ngikukingana la kumina.
She further testified that she saw the car parked outside and she saw you in that car, that you were talking to someone else in that car.
Ariana he we bone kulwene pa ke le mong le gore wena o no dutse ka hare go yena ibile o ntse bua le motho ka hare go lona.
Ka maswabing ka se kgone ho buela Zandi.
Unfortunately, I cannot speak on behalf of Zandi.
Enna ke
angengikwazi ukuthi ngimkhulumele uZandi.
Enna ke hopolang ho eleditse a tlamatha towards the car.
What I can recall is that she called out loud and she came running towards the vehicle.
Ramatha mmoho kena ka jareteng ya
And,
Maphiri hansi ya kantle.
Two of us ran together into Mapiri's yard. She did not leave me outside of the yard of the Mapiris. Uzileke sagijima sobabili sangena laphana kwaMapiri. Ilokho engikwazi. Memezile weza egijima kimi. Sobabili sangena kuleyo jareti Mapiri.
And when I asked her, why didn't you ask for help there and then from the people at the car, she said the following.
Jwale itse ha ke mo botsa gore o baneng o ile wa kopa thuso hona mono go batho ba neng ba le. Why didn't she ask, or why did she ask?
Why didn't she ask
Okay.
for help?
Thank you. Ho baneng o sa ka ba kopa thuso ho batho ba neng ba le ka koloi o ile a araba ka tsela e tjena.
She said that I am not used to Ntabiseng.
Ariana a tloela Ntabiseng. O tshelo jwalo ha sa araba na ka tloela Ntabiseng.
Ke bofakazi ba hae nka se kgone mo buella.
That is her evidence. I cannot speak on her behalf. Manje ubufakazi bakhe lokho. Angengikwazi ukuthi ngimkhulumele.
She further said, I decided to go and ask Mapiri because she's my mother's friend.
Re ha tswela pele ke ha ke nka qeto ya hore ke tsamaye jwale ke go Mapiri. Hobane Mapiri ke motswalle wa mme me wa hae.
So hletse o dingotse statement sa hae ntate.
All of that has been jotted down in her statement. Konke lokho kulotshwe phansi kwi-statement sakhe.
Ma'am, perhaps let's understand each other. I'm asking you to comment. So you've just made a statement. I'm not sure whether it's a question to me or is it part of your explanation. I'm simply putting the version of Zandile Khumalo with respect to this particular aspect that we've testified about. And I'm seeking comment. If you cannot comment, you simply say no comment.
All right.
Witness understands without interpretation.
No comment.
Now, she testified that she got into the house at Mapiri's. Mapiri came out of the bedroom or the room, and she related the story and asked Mapiri to call the police and the ambulance.
Ore o fitlhile he ha Mapiri a tswa ka phaposing e itseng ka ka kamoreng a mo jwetsa gore na ho etsahetseng ya ba o kopa Mapiri gore a founele ambulance ka mapolesa ke se bolelwang ke Zandile seng.
Se ke se hopolang re fitlhile ra hoeletsa ka tlong le yena.
What I remember is that the both of us, we called out loud or we screamed when we got into the house. Engukhumbulayo ke ukuthi uma sobabini sifika endlini sifike samemeza.
Ha re hoeletsa Mapiri go tswa ka kamoreng a re ke eng.
As we screamed like that, Mapiri then came out of the bedroom And she inquired, what is it? Masimemeza kanjalo-ke waphuma lo noMaphiri ngakulelo gumbi lokulala wasuyabuza-ke ukuthi yini.
Then furthermore, Zandi said, Maphiri started to panic. She started crying and she said, let's rather call Ntabiseng to come and help with the calling of the police and the ambulance.
Go ya ka bopaki ba hae a re Maphiri le yena o ile a tshoga. Ala tshoga jwale a re ha re bitse Ntabiseng gore e be yena ya tla thusang go founela mapodisa ka po ambulance.
a ke tsebe e una ka mpitsa jwang ke na le yena ka nako eo.
I've got no knowledge of that. How could she have called me when I was with her or in her immediate vicinity? Angwazi lo ubengangibiza kanjani kodwa kungukuthi naye naye khona.
And that indeed you were summoned. It was related to you what had happened at the Khumalo household, and you too also started to panic and cry.
Babitwa he walato. Jwale kana ko no how lato o tso mona luena wa qala wa tshoha jwale. Walla.
Ha ne se a jotsa Maphiri ka hore Senzo Thunzo founela ambulance ne ke le mo. Ne se ke panica le ena hona mo.
At that time that she was telling Maphiri that ambulance or the police should be phone called, I was with her there in her very presence and she panicked. I was with her. Manje ke bengnaye ngaleso sikhathi ethi kubizwe ke uMaphiri kube uyena ozokwazi ke ukuthi makafonele amaphoyisa noma ambulance. Bengikhona khona lapho njengoba bethukile nje na.
And finally, on that point, she testified that upon realizing that you and Maphiri were crying and panicking, she wasn't going to get assistance. She then decided to leave Maphiri's house and headed back to her home.
Jwale ore ite ha hlokomela hore mona ha tlo fumana thuso. O tswile Maphiri le yena o tswile ka mona a bona hore thuso ha no e fumana mona. Ya ba nka qeto ya hore o utlela lapeng habo.
Ha tata ho bua a ke hopola hantle o tswile ka nnete. Empa letswalo ne le teng empa ne ke sa hopole a ke hopole ke lla kana ka motsotso hana ke na le Zandi.
I remember that she did exit the house. I was still shocked. There was some degree of shock. But I do not remember crying or how hopefully ulla.
Kana ko yo a ke hopole ke ile kalla.
Now during that time I do not recall myself crying. Kike yebo khona bengithulile uvalo vele lalko kodwa ke angikhumbuli ngikhala ngenxa loluvalo.
Now, ma'am, I want to now take you to the two statements that you made. Remember, you told this court that you made the statement on the 27th of October 2014, a day after the shooting incident of the deceased being Senzo Meyiwa.
Ke rata go tsamaisa he go feleto hanyane go kenya statement insane se o se entseng letsatsi ka morago ba go beleketsagalo ena ya o thunya ha Senzo ka di 27 tsa October 2014. It is fine with me.
Now, you are taken to Fosnoras for interview purposes and the making of the statement on the 27th of October 2014, correct?
Wankua jwale o isua Vosloorus police stationing bakeng sa hore lo fana ka statement se leng hore date ya sona ke di 27 tsa October 2024 ka ketsahalo. It is correct. Yebo weqiniso ngiyathathwa ke manje ngiswa police station yase Voslo kanti yase Vosloorus kanti ke Babunge 27 October 2014 which kuzopana nge-statement salesi sigameko.
And this statement was taken down by a police officer with the name of Abia Mpikele. Do you know who that person was?
Lesi statement ke kapo statement sena sankiwa ke motho mono ya kwang Abia Mpikele. Wa motseba motho?
Ke hopla statement sinki empa ke tse mtho ke ma ne ke tsala lo mmona.
I only recall that a statement was taken. I do not recall the person's name. It was the first time seeing that person. That's my first time seeing that person.
And that statement was taken at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Is that correct?
Statement is saying usile sankua ka 9:30 saying it again.
Enelo saying empa ke sa hopola nako hantle.
Yes, it was in the morning. I cannot recall the time as such. However, it was in the morning. Uthi yebo kwakusekuseni kodwa ke isikhathi angisasikhumbuli.
In what language was that statement made?
Jwale statement isena sinesetsuwa ka puo efeng.
I saw that it's written in English, but the person that was taking the statement and yourself, what language were you speaking?
Kamanzo mangao fana ka statement isena unobua eng wena le motho.
Ne ke bua Sesotho.
It was in Sesotho. I was finishing the statement in Sotho. Shudike mina ngangikhuluma Sotho ke. Ngithanda ngaso lesi statement.
And the person that was taking the statement down was also Sotho speaking.
Motho ona nanga statement yena unabua Sotho le yena.
Ke sa hopoleng hantle.
I cannot clearly recall. Angwazi ukukhumbula kahle ukuthi ngabe naye ke bekhuluma Sotho noma cha.
And when the statement was taken, was it you and the person that was taking the statement only in that room where the statement was taken?
Kana kono fana ka statement ne le wena le motho ono ka hare go phapusi eno e leng gore statement ne se bua ka hare yona. Ne lona le ba. Yes, it was only the two of us in that room where the statement was being finished. Manje ke besu nje phela ngakulelo gumbi lapho ke ngangiphethe nge-statement sami khona.
And this statement, how was it made? Were you narrating the events of the previous night to that police officer and he was writing it down, or did you personally reduce this statement into writing?
Si ule fana ka statement iso seno jwa ebe uno o mo hlalosetsa ka di ketsahalo tsa letsatsi le fitileng ka bosigo fitileng yena antse a ngola fatshe a ntse mo hlalosetsa jwalo kapo wena ka letsola ha o ile wa ingwalla statement seno na
ona botsa dipotso ke araba a ngola.
He was asking questions and I would answer those questions and then he would reduce that into writing. Manje ke ube buza imibuzo bese mina ngiyamphendula bese uyakuloba.
And once the statement was finalized, was it read back to you?
Kamera ho ba ho qetwe ka sona statement sena o ila balwa sona re o sortile statement sena statement se re tjena o re tjena statement o ila balwa sona
Ke sare o labala.
Yes, I would think that he did. I would think that he did read it back to me. Ngisasho kanjalo ukuthi uye wangifundela sona lesi statement.
And you were happy with the contents of that statement, correct?
No kgotsofaletse di ka hare tsa sona statement seno a jwalo.
Ke nana gore dipotso tsena di botsa ke di arabile ka mokgwa ka kgonang ho di araba, so ke ka ho ile ka se amohela.
Well, I would think that I was able to answer the questions based on how he was asking them, to the best of my knowledge. And it was for that reason that I then confirmed the content of the statement. Sorry. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke uyabuza imibuzo nje njalo ngiyaphendula leyo mibuzo ayibuzile ngaleyo ndlela ngasho ke ukuthi ngase ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngisithokozele okanye ngicinisekise lokho ke okwaqukethwe yiso lesi statement ngenxa yokuthi bengikwazi ukuphendula lokho abengibuze khona.
And having the statement completed and having it read back to you, you then signed that statement, correct?
Statement is na jalo balla sona me o netefatsa di ka hare wa se signa statement is na kanet wile etsa jalo
Ke bona signature yaka.
Yes, I can see my signature here on the statement. Yebo I signature yami ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngiyibone lana lesi statement.
Now, if I may refer you to that document, do you have it in front of us, which is A15 that was made on the 27th of October 2014.
A15. Indeed so, we do have it. Yebo, ikhona lana the A15 statement.
Now, at paragraph, what paragraph is this? I think it's paragraph 4 on page 2 there. You then state that on arrival at Kelly's house, we found Senzo was deceased in Kelly's vehicle. He was taken to Butsilong Hospital for treatment as he was shot. On arrival at the hospital, Senzo was taken to casualty. After some few minutes, the doctor called me and informed me that Senzo passed away. What? On arrival.
Arifitla mane ntlong ya Kelly le ra fumana Senzo e leng hore ke mofu kapo hona jwale e seng e le mofu ka koloing ya Kelly angkua he a isu hospital sa Butsilong bakeng sa hore a lo fumantshwa kalafo ka lebaka la hore o ne a se a thuntswe jwale itse ha re fihla sepetlele Senzo o ile angkua a iswa karolong ya bookelo mo le ba re ke casualty ya ba e le hore kamera metsotso e mmalwa doctor ampitsa ya ba o ntlhalosetsa hore Senzo o se a re sile kapo o hlokahetse a re fihla Bible? Yes, I can see that. Could I just be accorded an opportunity to interpret it to the accused persons there? Uma sifika khona laphana kaBukheli okanye endlini kaBukheli sathola lona uSenzo okuyena umufi ke manje ngase mopeni kaKheli waseke uyathathwa ke uyiswa khona laphana esibhedlela saseButsilong esibhedlela saseButsilong ukuze ke akwazi ukuthi athole unyango olumfanele ngoba ke ube sedutshuliwe. Make sesifika khona laphana esibhedlela wathathwa ke wayiswa khona laphana e-casualty. Ingxenye ke yasesibhedlela ke leyo. Emva kwemizuzu nje embalwa udokotela wase uyangibiza wase ke uyangitshela ke ukuthi wangazisa ukuthi uSenzo usesishiyile uma sifika. Thank you, Lord Chief.
At paragraph 5 thereof, you stated in your statement that the three unknown black men, I cannot identify them as it happened so fast and it was dark. I request the police investigation in this matter.
Gale, on paragraph 5, or bana babararo ba ukesaba tibing babat babatu. Ngeka khona lo ba super obane ketsahalo ena ile ya etsahala ka pele ibile ho ne ho le lefifi kopa ma polisa he gore a sebetsane le yona nyewe ena ho jwalo
ho jwalo.
It is indeed so. Yebo kunjalo ukuthi ngempela ukuthi ngempela lamadoda amathathu bengawazi amadoda nje abantu abamnyama nje abantu ebengeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngabakhomba ngaphela ke lesigameko siyesenzeka ngokusheshsha futhi ke kwakumnyama base ke ngicela ke amaphoyisa ukuthi kube wona ke aphenyayo leli cala. Can I proceed? Can I say something?
Okay.
Sure.
Ne ke sa kgone hore ke ba bone batho ba ke sa re potso e ne le hore o ka ba supa ha o ka ba bona na. Nka se kgone hore ke ba bone difahlehong tsa bona hore ba ne ba le jwang. Ke ntho ke hlalositseng le ka jeno hore difahleho tsona ha ka di bona ke bone sebopeho sa mmele hore ebile batho ba jwang.
Now, I should think that the question was, at that time, the question was, would you then be able to identify these men? I then finished the statement in response to that particular question, that I couldn't have identified them. Safe to say that I was able to see their body or their physique, which is what I had testified about even today in this court.
My Lord, with leave of the court, I'm going to ask that A15 be admitted as an exhibit. Yes.
Exhibit not.
Yes. Now, you further made another statement that you referred to that it was made some years after the first one was made on the 27th of October 2017, correct?
We let you ralo ware camera leave motsammalwa we le wa tsana le statement se seng camera hoba o etse sena sa pele that is correct. Yebo within saboko voting ngenze istatement sokuqala kwandlula iminyaka nje embalwa ngaphinde ngayokwenza ke istatement sesibili.
And this statement was taken by an officer called Joyce Busisiwe Buthelezi, and it was taken at Don Park on the 28th of April 2019, correct?
Statement sena sile sankiwa ke Joyce Busisiwe Buthelezi se leng gore se le sankiwa bana mane police station ya Don Park.
Ko pole date pa sinkiwe ko Don Park again.
And
I cannot recall the date. However, the statement was taken at Don Park police station. Uthi yebo, istatement ngasenza khona laphana at Don Park police station. Kodwa ke angisakhumbuli i-date.
And this statement as well, in which language was he taken from you?
The statement is in sona sile sankuwa ka puefing no bua puefing ka mantswamang ha ono fara ka sona statement sena gore motho ana ka statement ya nona bua puefing.
Ako bona metso se na bua maleme a kaofela Sotho Sezulu le hamo le Sekgowa
Bua ka Sekgowa, bua
ka English.
If I recall well, I would think that Mrs. Buthelezi was multilingual in terms of these languages, Sesotho, isiZulu, English. If I recall well, Mrs. Buthelezi was multilingual in those languages, Sesotho, isiZulu, and English. Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke, uma Buthelezi shek ube khuluma wonke lamalimi. Ube khuluma ke isiNgisi, ube khuluma isiZulu, azakhuluma nesiZulu.
And similarly, was the statement were you narrating the event of the 26th of October 2014 and Officer Buthelezi was writing it down, or did you personally reduce the statement to writing?
Jwale ka yona tsele jwalo kapo ka ona mokgwa ona ono ebe o nontso o ila fana ka diketsahalo tsa di 26 October 2014 o yena me Lepolesa Buthelezi kapo wena o ile wa ngola sona statement seno kapo na o botsa dipotso wena ntso araba angole fatshe ula batho
Ona botsa dipotso ke araba angole fatshe.
She would ask questions, I would answer those questions, and she would reduce that into writing. Ubebuza imibuzo, iphendule leyo mibuzo, bese yena ubhala phansi lokho engikushoyo.
Now, having completed that statement, were you satisfied with the contents thereof?
Jwale ase le qetile ka sona statement sena, o ila kgotsofalla dikahare tsa sona statement sena.
Le sona hape ho ya ka dipotso tsena di botsitse ka teng le ho go hopotseng ke nana hore ke le ka kgotsofala.
The same applies to this particular statement. Based on the questions that she was asking and what I could remember, which I relate to her, I would think that I was content with what was contained within that statement. Manje na kokona lokho kunike ekutheni ubebuza miphi imibuzo. Nokuthi mina ngikhona ukukhumbula kangakanani mayelana ke nemininingwane yalesi sigameko. Ngase ngiyasithokozela bengineme ngempela ngalokho okwaqhubethwe ilesi statement.
And you then signed that statement, correct?
Yaba was a signer on a statement isn't it? That is correct. Yaba Gwekeniso is a signer.
And appearing at the bottom of each page, I see initials and signatures. Is that some of your signatures at the bottom of each page and at the back of the statement?
Yeah, bona hona le di signature mona from the initials aka signature. Yeah, how
Now, if I may refer you to...
Yeah, how? I'm still showing the witness the signatures. Renamo. Limo. Signatures confirmed on all pages of the A11 statement.
Now, if I may refer you to paragraph 6 thereof, and I'm going to read, or in fact, let me read the whole paragraph 6. It says, and I quote, I also like to state that I never had anyone screaming within the seconds I heard another loud bang. That's when I asked Yolanda if that was a sound of a firearm. Yolanda said no. After that second loud bang, I saw 2 males running past our car the same way the first male did. The 2 males were also running towards the direction of the park. I also did not see from which house on the side the 2 males were coming from. Do you see that?
Why bona paragraph A, yabo 6. O mana ke rata ho cho hore yabo hlalosa hore ha ke aka ka utlwa motho a hweletsa metsotsong e mmalwa hoba holle sethunya se gabole hape ke ka nako eno he mo eleng hore ke ile ka botsa Yolanda hore na ebe modumo ono ke wa sethunya yaba Yolanda ore ke kamera mono yaba holla sethunya se gabula la bobedi ya be ke bona batho ba banna ba babedi ba mata ba feta koloi jalo ka wa pele a ile a etsa ka teng banna bana ba babedi le bana ba ne ba mata ba lebile ka mane ka phakeng ebile ha ke ka bona hore na ba ne ba tswa le hlakoreng le feng ka bontlong e feng banna bana ba babedi banna bana ba babedi hore na le ba tswa le hlakoreng le feng ka bona ba tswa ntlong e feng.
Okay.
Yes, I can see that. Yeah, ngiyakubona lokho. Okubhalela phansi. Ku paragraph number 6. Uthi ngithanda ukusho ukuthi azange ngizwe umuntu ememeza. Phakathi kwelemizuzwana nje embalwa ngazwa ke okanye emva ukuthi ngizwe ukuchuma kwesibhamu kwaba ukuthi ke ngibuza lona uYolanda ukuthi ngabe ukuchuma kwesibhamu leso okanye lo msindo ukuchuma kwesibhamu uYolanda wathi cha lokho ke ngezwa ke omunye umsindo futhi ngase ngibona amadoda amabili egijima endlula laphayana emotweni beya ke ngakuleyo ke direction okanye beqonde kuleyo ndawo la lowo qala aya khona kanye benza ngendlela lo qala enza ngakhona lamadoda amabini ke babe gijimela ngasepakini angaze ngibone futhi azange ngikwazi ukubona ukuthi babe qhamuka komuphi umuzo kanye ngakuluphi uhlangothi.
My Lord, with leave of the court as well, may I ask this document be admitted as exhibit? So the first one, my Lord, Mr. Baloyi says we must mark it R1 and the A11 be marked R2.
Okay, what R2?
Let's go. Yes. Now, ma'am, let's go back to the house now. When you and Khumalo left the hospital and went back to the Khumalo household, do you remember that, your evidence?
Yes,
I will try to remember that evidence.
Now, you testified that the police wanted information from the scene that was required on some documents at the hospital. So you and Mapiri were taken in police car to the Khumalo household. Is that how I recall your evidence?
Police station. Money spetlele elung hore 20 money include
Yolanda. Is it not Yolanda?
Otherwise, my lord.
Let's ask is it Mapiri or Yolanda?
Ki Yolanda kapagi Mapiri.
So I mean Khumalo, not sorry, it was my mistake, my lord. Khumalo.
That was Khumalo, yes. That was Khumalo. Bopaki ba go jwalo re wena le Khumalo tsile mane spetlele le mapolesa le ya mane la peng ha Khumalo mo ileng hore hona le tlhaiso le setting 8 ene tshwantse hore ba ifumane ona mo no ha Khumalo eleng hore e tlo thusetsa mane spetlele hore tsamaiso di tswele pele ka mora go ba fumane tlhaiso le setting go jwalo that was my evidence. Yebo kwaba ufakazi bami lobo ukuthi mina noma Khumalo sahamba ke namaphoyisa siya khona le ekhaya suke esibhedlela kanti kwakhona nje ulwazi okanye mhlambe kwakhona imininingwane ethize ebifanele ukuthi siyithole khona lapha yana endlini kwaMakhumalo okuyiyona ke ebizosiza ke ukuthi kube nenqubekela phambili mayelana lelicala ke khona lapha yana esibhedlela. Manje leyo ngibekela phambili ngamanye amazwi yayincike ekutheni amaphoyisa ahambe aye laphana kwaMakhumalo akwazi ke ukuxoxa okuthize when uxoxa ubufakazi obuthize ke okuzokwenza ukuthi baqhubekele phambili. Uthi yebo ngiyaqinisekisa ngibona ubufakazi bami engiphele ngabo lo.
Now Zandile Khumalo's testimony or version on that aspect is that when they left the hospital in the car they were traveling in, it was herself, Khumalo, Tumelo Madala, and Kelly Khumalo. Mthokozisi Twala refused to return back to the house with them because he wanted to stay with Mandisa.
Can you please list the names again? It
was herself, Zandile Khumalo, Deadness Khumalo.
I guess?
Deadness Khumalo.
Okay.
Kelly Khumalo and Tumelo Madala. But Mthokozisi did not go back with them because he stated that he wanted to remain with Mandisa.
Well, bopaki ba Zandile or ka koloing ha ba kutlela ntlo enele yena Zandile ka koloing ele Khumalo ele Ngcatshe Khumalo ele Kelly ele Tumelo Madala Mthokozisi yana arche ha ke no kgona tsa malona ke batla go sala le eno Mandisa.
So we sepetlele le Khumalo eo ke shoka yona.
Now, that I am sure of, that I had left the hospital together with Khumalo
The maponisa.
and the police as well. Loko nginesiqiniseko sakho. Ngasuka mina esibhedlela no Khumalo namaphoyisa.
The rest of the stuff you're not sure of. That's why you say only that one you are satisfied with.
Ebe tse ding tsona ha ona bonnete ba tsona ka ho o disang hore ena yona ke na le bonnete ba yona. Tse ding ka mantswe a mang ha ona bonnete ba tsona.
Ntate, kelelo ka e hlakile hobane ke a hopola ho tloha ka sepetlele. Ne ke tsamaya le Khumalo le maponisa.
My mind is sober. I remember that when I left the hospital, I was in the company of Khumalo together with the police. Uthing ufuzekile nje la emkhondweni. Uma ngisuka khona lapha esibhedlela, ngangihamba naye Khumalo namaphoyisa. Ngiphapheme ngamanye amazwi.
Now, the other aspect is that whilst you were with Khumalo at the house, there were police officers that were conducting investigations in the house, correct?
Ebe go tswale o na mapodisa gona mana Khumalo a neng a etsa ditlhatlhobo gona mo kantlong Khumalo. That is correct. Ke bo kweteniso kwa khona mapodisa khona lapho kwa Khumalo abenza ke uphenyo okanye bebeloku bebheka nje khona lapho ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Now I see it's now 3:30. If it perhaps an opportune moment that I'll proceed tomorrow. Yes, so Mr. Manoy.
That's in order, my lord.
Will you be available tomorrow, man?
I think that's my lord.
You should be available.
What about the Ngcatshe? I will be available, my lord.
Can I see your watch?
Ka bona batjha o ka ema ha o bua le ntate mang.
How long have you given evidence? Since you came.
I think that's my lord.
Ask her how long did she give evidence since you started giving evidence in this court?
O nkile na ka kae o fana ka bopaki ha sa lo qadile ka mo khotleng la nyone. I don't know.
You can't even estimate it.
Okay, ke ba ba wa mhlomong wa re beisetse hore e ka bana ka kae.
Okay, I can say it's fine. Time is a temporal thing, in other words. Are you with me?
We missed that one, my lord.
Hello?
We missed that one.
I say time is a temporal thing, yes. In other words, I can have a watch and talk. And after talking for some time, if you ask me, how long have you been speaking for? I say, you know what? Oh, I don't know.
Thank you.
This we are saying.
uNkulunkulu nama-plans i-life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up.
There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know?
The courts of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
Well then, I believe
uNkulunkulu nama-plans.
the story from the beginning up to now. We have actually done our own analysis, and things are unfolding. The three statements that were made, the first that was made a day after, and the other one that was made years after, and the one that is made currently, those three statements given, they are actually different. They are totally different altogether. They are totally different. So that's the thing that we need to actually, that's the thing that we are saying we need to analyze and see what exactly is taking place over that. Yes, we are here again tomorrow. Yes, we are here again tomorrow. Tomorrow we are here again, and let's see how it unfolds. Thank you very much for connecting. I believe justice will be truly served tomorrow. We'll hear more. We'll hear more of this story, and I'm trying to put the dots together. I think my analysis will also be that these two that we're running, were they not the neighbors that were running to the park, according to the testimony of yesterday, who actually came and ran with somebody to the park? I don't know. So this Ntabi saying maybe saw this one running towards that direction. This is interesting, and according to Zandile, this one was not called to go to Mapiri's house, and it's something that she's claiming that Zandile went with her. Zandile called her, and they went together to Mapiri's place. So I don't know what is your opinion, and what is it that you can actually say over this. So okay, no problem. Let's see how it goes tomorrow, and we know that justice will definitely be served. Let's see tomorrow. Let's get connected tomorrow.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo? There was a cover up.
There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
The court of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day,